Right. So, where are we up to? What have I been doing since Wednesday, which is the last stream? I've just remembered I've forgotten to run Firebot. Amazing. Come on, Firebot, load faster. And connect. Okay. Oh, right. That button. Okay, I think I know what I'm actually doing now. Good. But is OBS going to be weird because Firebot wasn't running before I started OBS? I'm just going to test that. Sometimes, because OBS is always weird on the Mac, it does weird things. Let's do a reward and see if we can hear it. That one.
If you don't leave, we'll call the police.
Balls. Yeah, that audio's not on the stream.
We want the finest wines available to humanity. We want them here, and we want them now.
How do I get that to refresh? Studio mode? And then it's in here somewhere? Nope. There it is. You. Switch to a different source, back to Firebot. There you go. And now I go back to where I was, turn studio mode off again, and we're going to play that again. And it
if you don't leave, we'll
still
call the
doesn't
police.
work well.
Balls.
Screw you.
We want the finest wines available to humanity. We want them here, and we want them now.
Nope. This is going to annoy me till I make it work. And I refuse to restart OBS. Right. Firebot audio is there. Why is restart capture not an option? That seems relevant. Well, it's not going to let me restart it. What if I make a new one? Do you want me to make a new Firebot audio? Is that what we have to do? This is fun. This is how I like to spend my mornings. Remove that. I'm going to regret that. And it is now an... where is it? macOS audio capture. Firebot. The name is already in use. Well, Firebot audio is what I meant. Hello there, Bean. I'm glad I can pretend now that I've been talking to you all this time, rather than just muttering angrily to myself. How are you doing today? I should like to capture the application called Firebot. Okay. That's totally going to work this time. Here we go. For the third time of trying.
If you don't leave, we'll call the police.
Still
Balls.
nothing.
We want the finest
Honestly,
wines available
OBS.
to humanity. We want them here, and we want them now.
Fine. Well, the rewards are just going to not work today. That's just going to have to be fine. Sigh. Right, let's get on with coding, shall we? So, I took your advice, or at least I was slightly inspired by something you said on Wednesday, Beam, which is when you were talking about why don't we just have, essentially, why don't we just do static memory allocation instead of dynamic? And I thought, well, actually, especially now that I've got this one megapool thing, so there's really only the one allocation to begin with, it would actually be really trivial to switch over to that. And so we did. And it uses slightly less memory, which is understandable. Still not low enough to fit into 2 meg. And also it comes with the slight problem that if there isn't enough memory, which there isn't, then it's the DPMI loader that issues the error rather than me. And unfortunately, the DPMI loader's error is not enough DPMI memory, which I think is a little bit confusing. So if I do keep going down that route, then I'll probably just hack the exe and put my own string over the top of that one, because I don't like that error message. Yeah, what else was I going to say on that score? Oh yeah, it caused me to go and look into a little bit deeper into exactly what the DPMI does. And of course, there's a whole aspect of this, of memory usage, that I hadn't even considered, or rather I had considered right at the beginning, and it's the size of the XE itself. Because I, am no expert in that sort of OS level of how processors are actually run, but I would say at the least, I would expect that the first thing you're going to do when you run a program is you're going to transfer that program into memory to be able to run it. So therefore, I tried to account for that right at the beginning, that the size of the exe file would take up some amount of memory, as well as whatever I dynamically allocate. But all my testing on that, I got wildly different results that didn't seem to directly relate to the size of the exe. It was very confusing. And so I think I just ended up not considering it because it didn't make any sense. And I felt like because it didn't make sense, I clearly didn't understand how it worked, and therefore I just forgot that it was even a thing. So I started looking into that again, and I found that, there's some fun little intricacies with the DPMI, or with a protected mode exe, which is that it's two exes globbed into one file. So the actual exe that DOS runs, that command.com runs, is the first 40k or so of the exe file, which is a 16-bit executable. And all that does is fire up the DPMI loader, which then loads up the end of the file as a 32-bit executable. And so, so if you're just looking at the overall file size, that is not a particularly useful guide for how much memory it's going to take up, because it's out by like 42k to begin with. But then also the other thing that I sort of was reminded of, I guess I would have known this before but I'd forgotten, is of course you've got that whole notion that uninitialized memory doesn't take up any space in the exe. It just gets noted down in the BSS segment as we need this much memory. So, instead of saying all of these words, I will go over to the console, because I found, what have I gotten here? That I already have the tools to take the 32-bit exe, which is the bit that's going to take up the memory. We can strip off the DPMI loader with this command, and that gives us cats, which is a slightly smaller file. And then there's this utility that I'd never heard of that apparently is, just a really standard Unix thing. And we can just say, this is an exe, how big is it? And it'll tell us that exe, accounting for the size in the BSS that is not necessarily part of the file, the total size is that. So I now, for the first time, have very nearly accurate numbers in terms of how much memory the game actually is going to use, which is pretty cool. It's still too much. So where we're up to with that, I think there's notes in this in alloc. Where'd alloc gone? There it is. Yes, so 2 meg claims. According to MEM, it's got that much XMS available. And then, the size of that value that I just showed you plus the... hang on, that's not right, is it? That's a different value. I don't know, these comments are out of date. Either way, it's still slightly over. It's over by, I say slightly over, it's over by about 200k. Now, I did find out the music is about 190k, so if we disable music and don't allocate any memory for the music at all, then we can get very, very close to fitting under 2 meg, but still not quite. Anyway, I'm not reading the chat. I'm good, thanks. I'm taking the day off to try out AI tools. Okay. Did you know the folklore about Syndicate? I think they hacked... that sounds familiar. Yeah, DOS4GW, because it always errored, so they changed it to thank you for playing Syndicate. Oh, yes, I had heard that before. It's great, though. Because I couldn't read when I was a kid, I remember always being puzzled by the fact that when you quit Lemmings, it printed exciting Lemmings. Of course, it didn't say that. It said exiting Lemmings. But for years, I was like, I never understood why it said exciting Lemmings. Into the fucket bucket it goes. It's true. So much goes into that bucket. It's full bucket. Right. So, so after going down this path of going, well, if we rip the music out, what can we get? And we get pretty close, but we're still not there. So it's interesting because it still isn't, the numbers still don't line up. So I should be quite significantly under the amount that's for it, but it still doesn't fit, even accounting for the size of the exe. So there's other things involved there, like, I mean, the 16-bit executable is just going to go into conventional memory, so that doesn't count. And of course, there's another question there as well, that the DPMI is supposed to be able to use conventional memory as well as the extended, but it clearly isn't, or at least, yeah, no, I guess because I'm asking for one big block, it can't split that block across extended memory and conventional. So I'd have to explicitly say, I'd have to ask for a conventional memory block separately, you know, with a size that I know would fit, which would be quite fiddly. Is there a specific reason for trying to make it fit into 2 meg, or just a challenge? Kind of a challenge, but also because it's supposed to be aiming for a 386 as the baseline. I feel like a 386 with 4 meg of memory it's not quite a fictional computer, but it's just an uncommon computer. I don't remember, but my feeling is that 386s were more likely to have 2 meg. If you had 4 meg, you may have probably have had a 486, you know? I have a 386 with 4 meg. Oh, well, it's quite good then. I mean, that makes me feel better a little bit, because it makes me go, well, maybe it's fine. Maybe a 386 with 8 meg is fine. It's a 386 with 8 meg. Look at me exaggerating. A 386 with 4 meg is fine. Especially because, like, it is irritating that it's, you know, that's nowhere near 2 meg. But of course, in a 2 meg PC, 1 meg is given over to DOS anyway. And then, you know, presumably a little bit more besides, depending on what's in your config sys. But anyway, the other side of it is, the other side of the sort of the challenge of it is, because obviously all of this work that I'm doing now is in preparation for adding more features, you know, which is going to use so much more memory. You know, I'm going to have to be very careful with the registered version to make sure that, like, later levels where you get these wacky new enemies, we don't load any of the earlier enemies at the same time, you know, because they're going to have to try and use the same amount of memory. And so it's useful in preparation for that just to try and crunch the game down as much as we possibly can. But the fact that, you know, if 4 meg is the target rather than 2, that means we've got potentially, you know, well, literally 2 meg of memory to play with. And it's famous last words, but I feel like it would be impossible to fill 2 meg. That really did feel like famous last words as I said that. But, you know, even like the FMVs, like the codec I wrote for that deliberately doesn't, like, it's got I can't remember how much memory it is. I think it's about 50k is as much as the FMV ever takes up at any time. Deliberately, because I didn't want to have to say, right, this is 7 meg, so you'll need a 16 meg PC to play the videos. Anyway. 864 meg, although by the time we had 386 at home, 486s were pretty widespread. Yeah, it's the thing I've had all the way through is not really clearly remembering the sort of delineations. Because, like, one of the earlier issues, I think 86box is shared. Will the settings thing appear? Yes, it does. So the very first time I tested the game during the jam on 86box, because I don't think I'd heard of 86box, and somebody had mentioned in, I think it was in Sonneveld's chat, it may in fact have been Core 10, come to think of it, had mentioned that 86box does a better job of emulating the speed of the hardware than DOSBox does, because DOSBox doesn't really try, but it's still not particularly accurate. And I thought, well, if it's better than DOSBox, it's worth a look, because at that point I didn't have any hardware at all. And I gave it what I thought was a sort of a default 386, you know, going through going, oh God, CPU type machine, I don't know, I don't remember any of this, you know, and slightly picking at random, but, you know, 386DX I knew, memory I think 4 meg, and then I ran the game for the first time, and it ran absolutely abysmally. Like, it was unbelievably disappointing. It was so bad in 86 box. And what I hadn't appreciated was I think I'd gone with IBM VGA. Yeah. Which is an 8-bit ISA card, and it's a total piece of shit. Like, I didn't realise that. And so, yeah, so I didn't appreciate that, that the speed of the bus was kind of more important. And then that brings up a similar question to the memory, which is, well, actually, what would you have had on a 386? Would you have had 8-bit ISA, or would you have had 16? You wouldn't have had Visa Local Bus, because I can fairly clearly remember that being a 486 thing. VLB was when you were starting to talk about multimedia computers, with CD-ROM drives, and you didn't do any of that with 386s. And so, yeah, I decided arbitrarily that 386s did have 16-bit ISA cards, which is similar to the memory thing. It's like, I don't actually know. I don't have numbers, but that's the only option I've got, so I'm going with that option. And yeah, it runs fine once you've got 16-bit ISA. But anyway, what are we up to? So yeah, one of the other things I was thinking of, because I found a whole bunch of other optimizations which were really silly, like things that I really should have noticed before. Like, where's a sprite gone? Do I have? I even loaded it in the stream. I loaded this file in the stream on Wednesday, and I didn't notice. And it's funny because it can't have been. It must have been around the same time, excuse me, that ImiCat had said, like, there's a load of empty space around that sprite, and I was like, yeah, but I need that. I'm trying to find the file. Where's it gone? I cannot find this file for the life of me. I know it's here somewhere. There we go. Oh, of course, I've taken it out now, so you can't see it. And also, it's not on the stream. Yeah, where's a sprite gone? There it is. Emotional support border. Yeah. So this is the my mouse pointer's just vanished. That was weird. This is the 16-pixel font, which is the one that's used in the front end. It is actually loaded for the game as well. The reactor warning uses this font. But this file was originally, what is it now, 256 by 96. It was originally 256 by 256. Like, most of it was a big black block down here, and I'd never noticed. And yeah, so I finally noticed that yesterday. Of course, once you've cut that out, you've saved, I can't even think how much that is off the top of my head, 256 by a bit more than 128. It's about 32k. And there was another file as well that was the same. I assume it was the 8-pixel high font. Also had a big river of space underneath it. Presumably from when I didn't know which characters I was going to be using or something. But either way, I wouldn't have found either of those things if I wasn't trying to squeeze into 2 meg. So, where's the code gone? I can't find it. There it is. So yeah, so that's then got me thinking about other things. And as well, like, there was another thing that came up on Wednesday, which is I can't decide if I'm being paranoid or not, but I feel like the performance on the low end is worse than it was in the Jam version. And so I was thinking about how to improve that as well. And yeah, that's sort of where this got to this morning, which is the Sentry enemy, which is like the most common enemy, certainly in the Jam version. Those are sprites, and sprites are somewhat more expensive than the tile map world rendering, which is, what draws the background, because the tile map is drawn as a pseudo VRAM copy, so it's significantly cheaper. It also doesn't have to worry about compositing with the background, so it's a lot cheaper to draw a tile than it is to draw a sprite. And so I was thinking, well, can we, given that sentries don't move and they're attached to the wall, can we just turn them into tiles? And yeah, all of this guff is realizing just how many things would have to be rewritten to make that work. And then I realized, actually, I can't make the tile map bigger than 256 square, because I can't have more than 256 tiles, because it's using an 8-bit value as an index. And so if I go beyond 256, I'm going to need a 16-bit index. I'm immediately going to double the size of all the levels in memory, which I'm not doing. And also, where's A sprite gone again? Plunk. There's more stuff I want to add in here anyway. And so it's currently 256 by 192, so I've got a couple of rows left to add more pickups and things. And if I put the sentry in here, which I did earlier, it takes up that entire space pretty much. So that doesn't leave me any room for expansion. But I can do a sort of a hybrid thing instead, potentially, which is, can we just, instead of rendering the sentries as part of the tile map, can we still take advantage of the fact that because they don't move, we could do VRAM copies to draw them. So they wouldn't be drawn as part of the world render, they'd be drawn separately, but they would cost a lot less. Like they would cost a quarter of what they currently do. So I think that's worth looking at. So yeah, that's the plan this morning anyway. Or at least right now. So, what am I going to want to do if I do that? We're going to want to, well, we're going to need a new, no, we're not. We already have. So Anim Image is already expecting to do compositing. Am I going to need to write completely new code for this, or can I repurpose something that already exists? Can I, because I wanted to turn off transparency compositing for the screws anyway, is that a first step that we just enable animated images to be drawn without compositing? Because that would then be useful for sentries. Okay, let's look at that. Blah, blah, blah. Init, frame with frame, number of frames. So yeah, you just have a, oh, that's a load, that's a different function. God, it's hard to read. So you can have a flag on there saying, I don't actually care about compositing, in which case, the anim storage, where do we do the compositing storage? It's here somewhere. That's not one that tends to get called. It must be that one. Clearly it's not a problem currently, so I'm just going to ignore it. Oh, there we go, BG image data and mask. Yeah, we wouldn't need either of those if we didn't care about transparency. Interesting. So it's a question of what would break. Oh yeah, and then we have these are pooled as well. Okay, well that's fine. We just don't need to care about it. Okay. I'm going to do them as flags again rather than a bool, because I'm generally allergic to bools. It's in the render item. Put it down here somewhere. No, it is going to have to go that way. So what are you doing with the AI tools? Is that the chatbot stuff you were talking about on Wednesday? I mean, that's it. I never remember. No, it's not, is it? That should be 0. Let's ignore that one. Image flags. No transparency, no compositing. No transparency. Is that actually what I want? Yeah. Yeah, both of them will be completely opaque. Okay. Fine. Okay. No, left by nothing. Oh, it's work related. Okay. Getting major FOMO from everyone saying AI agents, etc. productivity boosters. So I need to give it a good shake and see for myself. It'd be interesting to see how that goes. I mean, I haven't bothered, to be fair. But everything I see on social media is suggesting that it's kind of turning a corner. That, you know, I keep seeing people sharing blog posts that are about how people essentially sort of going, oh, I was a great convert to the AI tools, but I've realised after however many months that actually it's crap. So, I don't know. But yes, I can certainly see how you'd be sort of concerned in a sort of a potentially a career way, like, you know, making sure that you're not, yeah, as you say, FOMO. But yeah, I continue to find the whole thing with Gen AI a bit grubby, to be honest. I don't like the fact that there is such a strong move to replace search engines with these hideous little chatbots, because it's just such an easy way to bias the results. Pretty much it's starting to feel like a dinosaur. Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, well, I mean, yes. Can't. That's how you feel, and that's how you feel, but yes, I'm sure that isn't true, though. Right, animimage flags, and then we're going to pass that in somewhere here. No, not there. Down in, actually, well, it's in the load, which is just going to load a resource. Actually, now I'm slightly confused. What do we actually load? Oh, it is a data type, okay. Which lists the, okay, so we can put the flag in there then. Right. Is that in? That must be in the sprites folder then, is it? I can't remember how I did any of this. Spruz. I assume that's what anim images get called. Anim image load. Yes. SPRs get loaded as anim images. Okay, so in which case we want to start. Well, we don't want to. No, we are going to have to update all the ones that exist. Ugh, this is nasty because it means I'm having to put flags into an already slightly unpleasant format. Is this thing capable of reading through comments? No, it doesn't. Okay, fine. Oh, there's already some sort of weird hack going on here. Burst value. There's frame width. If that was 0, so what is the 0 imply? I did this only the other day. The first value is 0, then it's the next value in the file. Otherwise, it's that. Does this get referenced again? Oh, there it is. Okay, it's an animation type. God, this is horrible. What did I even do here? So it's essentially like two different formats because I didn't want to change all the files, but then I had to change all the files anyway. Right. Okay, I did write this only the other day and I've only just remembered what it does. Cool. So it allows you to list arbitrary animation frames rather than just saying start at number 6 and play 8 frames. You can specify individually what each frame. Okay. Oh, words. Totally big text, lack of transparency in everything terrifies me. Suggesting algorithms, LLM bias, etc. Yep. It's also exposed how a large portion of the population will just believe whatever a computer tells them. Yes. Previously intelligent people just lose all sense of critical thinking and send me garbage. Oh, this. You see, because I see, like, I follow quite a few sort of like retired tech people on Mastodon as well, and they quite often say something that slightly terrifies me because they say, I'm so glad I retired before this stuff happened because I can't imagine how awful it must be to have to work with this. And of course, I haven't retired, but I've been working for myself for most of the time recently. But at some point, you know, I've got a fairly cushy gig at the moment, just doing 2 days a week for a client who is actually a friend of mine. And so that has a fantastically informal arrangement, and it's an extremely small number of people. But at some point, I'm likely to get another client, or God forbid, go back to actual employment. But I'm going to end up working with a proper sized studio again, and there's going to be people using these tools, talking to each other using these tools, and I can't. It kind of makes my skin crawl, if I'm to be honest about it. I can't. The thought terrifies me that people would be sending me emails that were written by a fucking chatbot. I shouldn't really swear, but like, just ugh, no, creeps me out, man. In the recent project, someone sent me a message asking why I'd spec'd a particular microcontroller, given that X was newer when the reverse was true. Right, he'd just been told by a chatbot. CEO does that in Slack. Because I mean, it's a cliche, but it is, in my experience, what my very little experience that I've had with this stuff, you know, sort of seeing it from the outside, seeing it sort of on the periphery. The cliche is, you know, that management love this stuff, you know, but the people that actually do any of the technical work hate it, generally speaking. And certainly the person that I think of most as that I happen to know personally who is like massively pro all of this stuff is somebody that I would generally categorize as a, you know, pointy head boss. You know, he works in sort of senior management in tech related fields, but doesn't really know anything. And it's sort of, it fits the cliche perfectly that, of course, you know, he's the target market for this stuff. Because it talks the same way he does. You know, it talks extremely confidently while not actually knowing what it's talking about. Hello, Corten. Sorry, we're having a bit of a rant about chatbots, I think. How are you doing today? Eliza Nation, nice reference. You see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You see, we know what Eliza is, but the sort of people who think chatbots are wonderful are not going to have a clue what Eliza is. I read a really great post about that a little while ago as well, about how, because I didn't realize this much, that it was written as a demonstration of the limitations of chatbots, about how it was actually kind of dangerous for the computer to present itself as a person. And this guy knocked up Eliza in a very short period of time, not quite as a joke, but as a demonstration of how all of his colleagues were wrong as far as he was concerned. That, you know, using this sort of what do you call it, sort of natural text was not a great idea. And yeah, the whole post was about the fact that he left it running, and he realised he'd sort of made a terrible mistake when he came back to find his secretary had spent her entire lunch break talking to it, you know, about all of her sort of personal problems and all this other sort of stuff. And exactly what you were saying a minute ago, Beam, that people, it turns out, people are extremely easily fooled by something that sounds human, which is kind of scary. What was I doing? Oh yes, I was looking at this moderate hack. Do you know what would make me feel better would be if these magic numbers weren't magic numbers. Dying for an enum. Another enum. Image type. Actually, I don't want to put it. Okay, fine. And type sequential. Image type list. Done. Give us one of them. Where's that function gone? Here it is. Do you know what we don't need? I've got so much commented out debug code from, you know, when I was first writing this stuff. But very untidily, I never get rid of. Right, that's not really first value, is it? It's like potentially an anim type. I should really have updated all of these files. That would have been nicer. Which animations use the list type? I think it's... Is it the sentry? Yes. Yes, it is. Whee! Yes, there's some lists. Yeah, I remember. Okay. I'd much rather... See, because that's also a 0 to mean that, so the enum's going to have to be the other way around. Oy, oy, oy. Just been sidetracked 3 ways today, but it's fine. It's all fine. You. So that's now list on 0, sequential on 1, but the other files don't have 1s in them, but they should do. I was lazy not to put them in, so we will put them in now. Oh, and evidently this format can support comments, because that other file is full of comments. Fine, sentry's done. Card blue needs a 1. Card red, it's a 1. Card yellow needs a 1. Whoops, hello. I do that. Actually, I don't know what tape there is that not used. Hee-ho. That was done. Right, they're all done. So now we update the code to get rid of this rather silly hack. Where is it? Oh, here we are. That should now be... Do I still have it in the buffer? I do. Type equals one of them. Frame width is just the next one. Why have I ended up with that in the end of me clipboard? Random type is that thing, cast to an random type, and then this guff is slightly more sensible. Now we're reading another byte at this point. First value is 0. That feels a bit weird. I'm not really sure what's going on there. You wouldn't think I'd only written this code 2 days ago. Anyway, we shouldn't be reading that. Oh, let's check some data. Have I put that in? Oh, I've misunderstood how my own format works. Excellent. I didn't want to put ones there. Right, source control. Let's just undo all of those changes. Undo all of those sprite changes. Thank you. That's hello. That's not what that file says, is it? Come on, text mate. We go there and come back. There we go. Right. So what that in fact was telling us is, yeah, we got them because it's a whole bunch of animations in the same file. So each one specifies what type it is. Right. So that can go. I don't. It's a bit strange that I felt the need to put that in there. Oh yeah. Right. Let's just check that's still. Yeah, I think that's the other way around now, isn't it? 1 is the list. Brilliant. Okay, that's not happening. We load the width and height, the number of animations, and then per animation, in all the files, we just go, the animation type is the next byte in the file. And that needs to be, do I still have it? I do, but it's got list on the end still. Anim type equals static cast to that. There we go. If anim type equals that thing. Hang on a minute, did I put? Oh. I wonder why I did that. Don't need them if it's a class. Load. Right. Anim type is that frame. If it is the sequential type, then we just load it like that. Otherwise, if it's the list type, then we load a list type anim. Jobs are good, except that I've got to update all the sprites. So, you've got one animation, and it's, I think we decided 0 for the sequential. Yes? It is of type sequential. Done. Next, you're also of type sequential. Two animations, that one's sequential, and that one's sequential. This one really doesn't matter because it doesn't get loaded, but fine. 5 animations, that one's sequential, that one's sequential, that one's sequential. Who's that one? So that. Animations again. This is basically the same file. Well, if I put comments in this one, it'll put more in. Don't know why I commented that one, but I did. Do animations, you're a 0, and you're a 0. Are we there yet? Oh, that is a normal. Okay, and that one's a list. Okay, that should all be fine. Get rid of that. Let's make sure we haven't killed anything. I'm still not using those flags yet. Excuse me. Good start. Oh, wait a minute. I haven't updated the resources. That's going to crash horribly. Make me some new resources. Let's update those. Who am I kidding? It's probably going to crash horribly anyway. What? There's my note. Oh, hang on. I think this is a 2 meg machine, in which case it won't run. Yep, I have to reboot. Let's go with 3 meg. Because that was a realistic configuration. Much beeping. That font is wrong. I mean, that palette is wrong. We haven't done anything to do with palettes. Why is the palette wrong? It's a bit mysterious. Alright, let's carry on. See what else is broken. That one looks fine. Skip all of that. Okay. That's not viable. Are you trying to run this? Yeah, don't try and run that at 60 frames a second. You're not going to manage it. High detail will turn off as well. That's a bit better. This all look correct then. That. I'm paranoid now because I've changed so many things in the last couple of days. I feel like I've seen several things go wrong now, but none of them related to what I was just doing. Okay, fine. Quit. Okay, it's gone a bit crackers. Let's reboot that. Yeah, I'm not very happy with that, especially that audio going funny at the end there. That smells of memory corruption. A bit strange at this point. log's probably going to be a bit large. Oh, we can see it, alright. Yeah, mechmod's leaking in inverted commas, but that's what it does, so that's fine. Oh, hello. Ah. Interesting. Oh, processor not available. Now I know what's caused that. I made an innocent little change the year last night. Apparently it's not so innocent. I would like... Where's my build file gone? Build sh. Let me just check source control. Remind myself what I took out. Where is it? Oh, unless I have the change. Oh, okay, I never committed it. Right, yes, I took out a library, because I thought, I don't think I need that. Turns out, I do need that. It makes it not die. But yes, we want emulation of floating point, because I think... I can't remember where I do it, but there's like a single floating point calculation in the whole game. And it's not during gameplay. And so, yeah, if you don't have a coprocessor, it dies. Totally forgot about that. Right, let's rebuild that again. The pallet's still broken. It's just loading the wrong pallet for some reason. Or it's got a slightly wrong pallet. Okay, let's carry on anyway. Skip, skip, skip. Yeah. Seems to be working anyway. Quit. Now let me do that. Yeah, it actually died. It actually quit properly this time. Oh, there we go. Number of enemies killed. Good. It's all working. Okay, so we haven't broken anything, much more than was already broken anyway. But we're not using that yet, which was the whole point. So that's going to have to be stored in the data, which is a bit grisly because it's a bit flag, although it's only ever going to have the one option. So it's fine. Okay. I convinced myself pretty quickly there, you'll notice. Right, image load, file, blah, blah, blah. Int. No. An image flags. That means it can't possibly be a bit mask if I do it that way. That's fine. Well, bring right over that's So now I'm going to need to prefix everything again with another 0. So I did need the 0 after all. Do Hello. Oh, clicked on the wrong file. Sorry. Pickups. Reactor. Nope. What's that? Sentry, which for now can be a 0. Okay. An image. DDD. You are now going to read. Oh, need to cast that. And then I'm going to need the operator overloads for the enum. Where have I used one of those before that I can cut and paste from? Do you know what? Let's just look for operator and no, not inside the standard lib. That's not where I want to look. That's the one. Lovely. Loot. Okay, so you're going to have to pass those flags into there, because I believe that's where we create the transparent storage. Yes, those two. Okay. And maybe flags. Flags. Probably going to want to store it in the struct as well. If flags and whoops and flags no transparency, I haven't called it. So if not met, do all this stuff and all of this. Do we use again? We don't. So yeah, we don't have anywhere to composite to, we don't have a mask. That's correct. Back down, load, there it is. Thanks. Okay. When do we go looking for the pooled combined? Well, I guess we just do it at render time, don't we? So that doesn't matter. Okay. Anim storage is just for the actual animation data, that's fine. Animation doesn't touch any of that stuff, so that's fine. That's also fine. So it's just going to be when we come to render the thing. Image draw. Oh, in fact, draw is only going to chuck it onto the queue anyway. We don't need one of those. Does it matter? A little bit. We've got a limited number of them. We don't want to use one if we don't actually, or we don't want to claim one if we're not actually using. So if spent flags and image flags no transparency, if not that, then grab one of them. So that means we're just going to pass a null through here, which is fine. And then when we actually come to do the real draw in one of these four functions, yes, here we are. So this is where we're starting to do the background. God, let's just avoid this whole function. Except that currently we do pass that in. No, because it's expecting to use the whole thing. 0 to frame with words. So I couldn't fake that. Function signal clipped. Again, it would be really nice if we could just I don't want to actually use the combined image data because that would require an image copy. What's the nicest way of doing this? We could pass in combined offsets. And then the combined would actually be the source image. Slightly unpleasant. That's true. Not something I want to deal with now. There's got to be a better way of doing this. How do I make that? Oops, headphones come out. How do I make that do what I want it to do? I'm going to have another grape. A thinking grape. Pulls the frame width out of that data, doesn't it? Yeah. simpler one. Ultimately, that's all it is a right region fast. So we could, yeah, I don't want to duplicate this code. I want to make it so that we can change that. So if we just allowed combine to be an arbitrary sized image rather than a frame sized image, we'd need to change that. We'd have to pass it in. There's just not a nice way of getting this data in here. Oh, spam, great. Goodbye. Right. Check in what I've... No, wait a minute. We haven't actually built this version. Build this, make sure it's not broken, and then I'm going to... There we go, it is broken. Image flags does not name a type. Doesn't it? Oh, not in the header, it doesn't. Well... He's exposing it. Fine. Oh, do we call it again? Somewhere else. Do. I think, if I remember rightly, I think the player calls this directly, in which case... Probably the same. Okay. Player. Update. Init and an image masked. Oh, it's right in front of me. Right, and that doesn't need any flags, in fact. Doi. Did I say it was a reference? No. Oh, it's because I've not updated the prototype. Doi. No. Oh, they use it as well. Tons of pleasure. Or you're the only one. Oh, because the rest just do load. Oh, okay, because the explosions are not sprites exactly. Or at least there's no data file for them. Yeah, could be. Hmm. Again, I have not updated the resources. I still need to fix this palette. Whatever's gone wrong with it. It's fine now. But it's not fine because the highlight on that text is wrong and the unselected menu item shouldn't be blue. So the palette's still wrong. It's just wrong differently, which is worse. But again, we'll carry on ignoring that for now. Yeah, looks fine. Right, so check that in. You looked, and actually you do need checking. Okay, fine. That and all of that. And image flags. You know what? I want to know what's going on with that palette. I don't feel like I can leave that. I need to work out what's happening there. So we loaded from Final Frame PCX. What's wrong with Final Frame PCX? Well, that, oops, wrong button. That is Final Frame PCX. And those final palette entries don't immediately strike me as wrong, but I do know I was fiddling about with them recently. So there's something weird happening there. Just not sure what. Again, we will consult source control. What have I done recently to that file? Last commit was on Wednesday, so I didn't change it yesterday. It's a bit strange. It's strange because it seemed like it was behaving differently on different runs, which is definitely worrying. What happens if we skip this intro? It loads, but those colours are wrong. What's this blue colour? I don't remember there being a blue in this palette. What does the code say that is? Unselected menu colour. And then normal is 252, which according to Aseprite is grey-green. It's not blue. It's definitely blue. Selected is 250 with a stripe down it. It's this one. It's 250 with 253, 254 involved. Okay, back to Aseprite. 253, 254. So it's sort of greeny yellow with a greeny yellow stripe on it. That ain't a greeny yellow stripe, that's a browny blue stripe. So these last palette entries are not what's being loaded. Why is that then? Must be deleting it from, loading it from somewhere else. But it does seem to quite clearly say, somewhere down here, that we load the palette from this file. Wait a minute. Oh, no, there's where we actually set it, so no, we are definitely setting the palette. But those final entries are not correct. What is going on there? There was something loading over the top of the memory for the image, then that would have to happen before we copy it to the video RAM, which is on the drawer, which is there. So we load it there and we use it there. We actually don't load menu music because it's already loaded by the title screen, as that comment explains. So that's already happened. So it doesn't feel like it's corruption. It just feels like it's loading the wrong data. Sanity check. That's in art and backlist, and backlist is going to list. Boink. Final frame, which includes its palette. What if we do something stupid, like we deliberately screw up this palette? You look like you're probably in use. You're now yellow. It's actually not as dramatically broken as I was hoping. Let's go with, I don't know, you. You're yellow. No, that still looks too many colours. Well, I can't select a whole bunch of them. Can I select a whole bunch of them and turn them all yellow? Tell you what, since I can select a whole bunch of them, practically everything that's purple is now green. That's hideous. Good. Okay, let's have that, please. Don't need to rebuild anything. Do need to quit that, which is remarkably difficult to do. There we go. It's gone weird again. Never a good sign. Does the text turn green when the video finishes? Yes, it does. So it is loading that file. And interestingly enough, the text, the actual menu text, now looks correct. So now that I've screwed up the rest of the palette, now it's happy to load the end. What is going on here? Can I undo this screwed palette? And that bit, and that bit, and that bit, and that bit. I think that's about right. All right, save that again. Back to here. Copy that over again. Here, eject. Put it back in again. Oh, res. And now it's fine. I wonder what on earth that was about. Let me just check source control, see if it thinks I've modified that image. It does not. Extremely strange. I can't even remember what I was testing now. Oh, I think it was just to make sure that worked again. Okay, fine. In which case, exit that again, back to the code. I mean, I guess that's good. Go back to an image, which I can't find. There it is. Okay, so now we have the ability, allegedly, to, oh no we don't, because I haven't written the code yet. Ah, getting a step ahead of myself. I still need to solve the problem of how do we make the ability to draw animate images from a different source seamless in this code. Actually, not this code, because that's doing the compositing, isn't it? Yes. So that actually would be a better name than Real Draw Prepare, would be Composite. Something along those lines. Bind, skip, don't care. And the actual Real Draw is expecting a sprite frame sized image. But it's not going to be given that if the sprite isn't transparent. It's going to be given the entire sprite sheet. So to account for that, we'd have to pass in the width of the sprite sheet and the offset into the sprite sheet that we want to render from, which is 3 extra parameters in a function that already has 7 parameters. But it occurs to me. There it is. We're using this render item thing, which we're happy to pass through to the compositing function, but then we pull all of the elements out when we call this, and that's kind of nonsense. So let's actually those as well. Everything all the way up to the P. What's the P? Oh, it's the plane. Of course it is. Right. And have all of that. And then you can pull out your own values from render item. That would make no sense. Oops. So combined is just sprite combined, right? No. Where does that come from? Did I take too much off that function call? Source control again. Did a lot of source control this morning. A lot of diffing. Diffing. It is. Oh, it's in the. I was looking at the wrong struct. It's in the render item. That's not a render item. Oh, it's in the C because nobody else needs it. Yoink. That's a render item. Right, okay. So it is just combined. That could be const, couldn't it? I'm going to change it. Fine. Combined equals right. That's combined. And then these things could all be const. That's got to be in the render item as well then. Looking at the wrong thing again. Yes, just there. Well, let's actually cut and paste that. You got a combined, you've got a screen X. Hang on a minute. It's not. Oh, I wish I was paying attention this morning. I'm not passing in a render item, am I? At least that function doesn't think I'm passing one in. But in fact, that is what I'm passing in. Okay, good. So that's become, is it just called a render item? Render item. Right. Also, right. There it is. Probably sprite. What's that? It's a pointer. Are we using it as a pointer? No, we're not. Same thing. Screen X is item. Screen X. Do you know what? Quite handy to take that with me. Already doing it, isn't it? Not doing anything. I know I'm going to regret all of these consts. They always end up annoying me. Right. Stick with it for now. Die. Let's see what's broken. I'm sure something was broken there. Doink. Really? Image 466, this one. I guess maybe you don't care about that. At least you don't care about it now. You might do want to change this code. Presumably the other one. You care about it. You draw dust. You care about the anim. I feel like you wouldn't care about the anim either. Let's ditch both of those. We're passing them through there before. Fine. Skip, 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 skip. Half an hour till lunchtime, pussycat. You can wait. Okay. What? An image data does not name a type. Doesn't it? Oh, it's image mask data. Doy. Wrong thing. Should have used auto. Oh well. Where's the other one? Don't we do it somewhere else? Oh, I did use auto there. Oh. Oh, and I just named it right there. Okay, fine. Sprite, okay. Have to rebuild that. It's done. Staring at my phone. Right, anime image 630, assignment of read-only variable. Oh, I change it. That's a bit gridly, but okay. In which case, it ain't const anymore. There is. Oh. Okay. As ever, make sure we haven't broken anything. Watch the pallet on the front end screw up again. Okay, take it back. Yep, that one seems fine. All right, check that in as well. Okay. So now I feel a bit better about changing how this works, because now we don't add a ton more parameters to these functions. So what we have to do instead, render item, combined should probably be called source for a start. Yeah, source image. Even though I'm just going to carry on calling it combined. No, I'm not that terrible. Where does combined get mentioned? There. Another one. I think that's everybody. Now, yeah, that's the. At this point, it isn't a source image. Actually, that's not a great name. Yeah, no, it makes much more sense to be called combined at that point. So, yeah, I'm not actually willing to change that. It turns out. Okay, fine, we'll leave that as it is. But we want to have extra parameters here for width and height, and then combined. Crikey, what do we need? A line? No, not a line width. The width words, in fact, is probably what we wanted. Height doesn't matter, because height's always going to be the size of the anim frame. No, it's not. It won't matter, though. So we can ditch that. I think we just want that in words. I think that's the only thing we're going to need. Oh, and in offset. Definitely going to need some comments in. Okay, so at the point we say draw, that's when we create a, oh, there. We create the render item, which of course I've done in that way that I always do. That always causes problems when I change it. Okay, to insert them in there, don't we? Or maybe we put them in, we calculate them anyway, because we can calculate them even if they're real composited images. We just won't use them. Okay. I think I've convinced myself there. If you're transparent, do that. Otherwise, bind equals the sprite's source image, which is image data. Okay, I guess that works. And then the width. On the same line, really. In fact, I probably will. I think we have that. Yeah, we can pull that out of the enum data. So when we do real draw prepare, that will be what does it. Frame, frame, frame. Okay. Right. Not renderizing, but just adding and just frame null. So pull out the data for that particular frame, and then the frame has a source X and a source Y. Okay. I mean, we already have those values. Do I need to copy them again? Not really. Okay. That makes things a bit simpler because we don't need either of those values. And we kind of have the sprite. No, but we don't necessarily know. Okay, fine, 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 fine. Draw. No. Never mind any of that. And in fact, never mind any of that. All we care about is the combined width words. And words. But then again, we could pull that out of the image data in all cases. Maybe I don't want that either. Width words right there. Well, I'm talking myself out of all of this. It's great. Which then means that code stays the same, and we take that out as well. And then when we come to do the render, neither of the prepare functions matter because they should do. Because we should be ignoring them. Okay. So that should be happening down in render list. This guff doesn't need to happen if I can combined. It means random sprite, which is that it? No, it's going to be a plum, isn't it? Render item, render item. Oh, it's not in there. What am I doing? It's up here and it's cost pointer, right? Sprite, image data. Where's the point? Okay. If the combined is the source image, or if it's not, now it's clearer if we say if it is that, then skip. Okay. And we come down here and we're going to call draw. That all remains the same. That's correct. That. Yes, because we know the width there, which means that is the offset expected within the image. So let's look up. Right, region fast plane. Region fast plane. Already forgotten where that was. It is the fourth parameter, which is source width words. Right, okay, cool. So source width words. It's quite hard to say. Ought to be, I mean, we could actually just say combined size. It is an image data, and we just decided that image data have a width words. Okay, so you can be that. You can be the same. You can be the same. God, is that it? That feels like it shouldn't be it. It seemed too easy, which generally means I've forgotten something. When do we use combined? Oh wait, this is in read. I thought that code seemed a bit involved. Okay, well, so are we. Oh, there it is. How strange. Okay, that is actually fine. Combined data. Probably that one. That doesn't smell right, but okay. Frame width. We're using frame width in various places. These are the things I should be looking out for. That's correct, though. Right offset. I'm just going to compile it, knowing full well that it's going to break. So I think the clipped rendering is probably going to be screwed here. But it sort of already was a bit screwed, so I don't know that I mind that much. So far so good, but that's because we aren't rendering any sprites yet. Now we are. Clipped rendering works fine. I was not expecting them. On every. Oh, I haven't enabled it yet, though. I mean, I don't need to. I haven't broken any rendering. Okay. It's gone weird again. Oh, there's definitely something unpleasant happening there. I need to work out what that is, but I'm not going to get distracted by it now because it's nearly lunchtime. And I want to see this work or not work first. Right, so nothing is yet being drawn without transparency. So let's start drawing things without transparency. Oh, I hadn't saved that. Okay. Also, I didn't notice that one. Yeah, this is some nonsense that I'm writing here. Okay, good. Video right region plane. Rolling words as opposed to with words. Oh, the width is right, yes, because this is not telling us the width there. So that's the width of the sprite. That's the width of the source image, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th parameter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in fact, it's that one. So in fact, I've replaced the wrong one. That, however, is correct, which means those are going to be based on frame width, I think. All right, fine. Let's switch on, or rather switch off, transparency for somebody. I believe explosions are responsible for the little screws. Are you in here somewhere? Screws, you know. Screw lane. Did I miss that? Oh, there it is. Debris. Right, okay. Load that lot. How come I am not required to specify any flags? I've forgotten something here, haven't I? Oh, look at that. It's only there in the init. Doesn't the image load? Oh, we see it's only there. Okay. Yes, sorry, I'm being a buffoon. It's read from the data. So we need to find debris spread and chuck a 1 in there. So that will then make it no transparency, and then it'll use this slightly modified rendering path, and it'll screw up horribly. That's my guess anyway. Building it's not going to make any difference. I need to rebuild the old. Let that finish anyway. Okie dokie. Didn't need to update that, just needed the res. Mm-hmm. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Oh, of course, what I want is sprues. Yeah, that didn't work. I don't know. Come back to that. Right. No. Right, that's just broken, isn't it? I don't suppose we got anything useful in the log. A crash, I would imagine. Woohoo! Device IO error. Always a good sign. Hang on. I wonder what it's doing. Presumably trying to dereference an old pointer. Come down to the drawer. That is true, so it would then be set to spray image data. That has to be loaded, that can't be null. So probably then an offset somewhere is just completely wrong. It will be in the normal version now, not the clipped version. Well, probably in both, but those should both be fine. All of that should be fine. Combined with words, I'm assuming that value is being set. Let's have some sanity checking. And actually, let's just return anyone, just so that we're guaranteed to get a log. skip? Oh, didn't skip. Still died. Intriguing. Why did that die then? Item combined. Spread image data. Which it sure ought to be. Unless this is coming in through draw clipped, which I haven't actually updated. Oh, that could well be why. It's a little bit strange though, because it shouldn't be clipped at that point. It's possible though. Still dead. How strange. Assume we wouldn't catalog any of these times, or at least not one that we can read. Cool. Cool. I thought you might say that. Let's... Oh no, it must be reading the flag because it doesn't crash until we change that flag, so... At least I don't believe it does. Let's verify that. Back to a 0 again. Did I? No, I didn't need to test this. I definitely would have shot somebody previously, so we would have had screws drawn. That works. So the flag is being we are storing the flag, right? The image, okay. we never actually store it? Can't immediately see how that would cause this problem, but sure. Could be some random gibberish. Let's give it a default just in case. Again, not immediately convinced that could have caused this problem, but certainly not very neat. Oh no, lunchtime. Okay, I'm going to give this a test and then I'm going to go get lunch. Oops, dude. Ooh. Okay, that worked, but it rendered pretty weird. See that again. They disappear so quickly, I'm not actually sure. Didn't even see any that time. Someone disappeared very quickly then. Yeah, they were like right on the edge of the screen. Whoop. Yeah, okay, they're definitely rendering incorrectly. Didn't I want to quit? Okay, interesting. Right. I am going to go get lunch. I will be back in about 15.
primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay, back again. So where were we? These screw sprites were not rendering in the right place. They generally looked a bit odd. So we need to work out why that is. Oh, actually, there's a very good reason, isn't there? Which is that I'm not drawing it half the time. I forgot I did that. Right, that would explain why you're only seeing it at the edge of the screen, because that's the clipped version. That's interesting, because that suggests that the clipped code is fine and this isn't. Unless it was all just caused by those flags not being initialized. Let's find out. Actually, leave that in. That's just a sensible check anyway. In fact, actually, let's see if that appeared at any point. Okay. Drawing a non-transparent sprite. Like the words is 16, which sounds about right. Ooh, lots of that, but no talk of combined being null, so... Oops, look up a bit. Oh, looks fine. Excuse me. Alright, let's rebuild that then. Back to there. That out. Put it back in again. Update the XE. Takes about as much time to fade out as it does to play the video. Anyway, skip all this. Here we go again. That looks like it's rendering an entire column for each sprite. You can see that one. It is. Okay. It's not broken though. Well, I mean, you know, it's not crashing, it's not doing anything silly. So that just means then... Yeah. You're being silly. Did I change that? Or did I not change that? Did I cause that problem just now? Or did I just not notice it? Line 500-ish. Oh, I just didn't notice it. Okay, fine. Get rid of that. Back to there. It's not combined height, it is the sprite frame height. Which... presumably is just in the sprite data. It is. What does this one do? Combined height minus the clip. That should also be right frame height minus the clip. There's everything. Excuse me. Now, I'm not convinced they were animating either. Oh yeah, because we're not pulling that data out, are we? Yes, okay. Put my tea down. Back to the code. Never mind about that compile. Because I had it in the clipboard at some point, but I assume, yes, it's long since gone. What we want to do is we want to find a reference to source X. Not you, though. Or you. Or you. Or you. Oh, it's not in here after all. I could have sworn. Well, it all must be happening in the prepare. The overall prepare. I really want to rename these functions as well while I'm here. Maybe we do that now. So what does this actually mean? This means it's called real draw as opposed to draw, because draw is the client side function, which from the client's point of view draws, but as an internal feature doesn't actually draw anything. It just adds something to a queue. So that's correct to be called draw. Real draw doesn't need to be called that. What could it be called instead? Draw queued item. Draw render item for that matter. Yeah, okay. Render item. Real draw. Not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. There we go. Draw render item. If I click and do one of these. Composite render item clicked. Composite render item. Or render item clicked. Okay. Real raw clipped has now become raw render item clipped. That has now become composite render item clipped. Draw render item. Composite render. Oh, I feel much better now. What was I doing? Can't remember. Oh yeah, we're not pulling out the offset of the frame, which we will in fact be doing inside the composite function. Right about here. Yoink. Skip all this. Draw render item. Yeah, it's a little bit upsetting that we have to pay this extra cost for the transparent sprites, but I don't know that I care that much yet. We'll change it if we need to. Okay, so get rid of that. Screen X, screen Y, screen offset combined data. Ah, it's that parameter, isn't it? That's going to be the offset. That is the third parameter to right region fast plane. Right region fast plane. Third parameter is source offset words. Okay. Set in words. So they're zeros, so we can make those into variables. Excuse me. That is non-signed. Oops. Pressing the wrong buttons. Actually, we could do it that way, or we could be more explicit and say if straight lines and image flags. No. Is that how I wrote it? I can't remember for the life of me. Oh, it's in the header. No transparency, single word. Okay. If no transparency, none of that. Subject of words is now going to be some guff about the offset here. Rector, net sprite, anim, render item, anim, render item, frame num. They're not called render item, it's called item. Okay. So we're essentially doing kind of the opposite of excuse me, sorry. So I feel like this is, we need to account for the fact that it's words. Looking at this other code, maybe we don't. Hang on a minute, where's my calculator? Calculator. That gets this. Yeah, that is a 320. Okay. All right. So this is going to be source Y shifted left by the composite or combined width words, I think. Is that right? I think it's the line shift. I think it's, yeah, item combined or combined line shift. Is it called line shift? Yes. Okay, so the Y essentially multiplied by the number of rows plus frame source X. Looks about right. Okay. That's not how I spell date. Beg your pardon. That was rubbish. Yeah, that maths is definitely wrong. Okay, why is that? There's something about the fact that it's referring to it as words in various places, but that calculation isn't in words. That's in bytes. Ah, no, it's not. It is in words. Okay. So what do I actually want this value to be? Let's have a look at the image. There it is. Get that on the stream. Link. So that's the image that we're working with, which is 64 by 40. So the width is 64, which is the important bit. Now, in words, that is 16, which I'm pretty sure was the value that we had printed out in the log, assuming it's still there. It is not still there, because I got rid of the print, but I'm fairly confident it was 16. So that makes sense. So that actually makes me think that it's with words, not line shift. With words plus, and then if we're doing the same thing as the coded bulb, it would actually be source x shifted right by 2, aka divided by 4. Okay. Come on, compiler. Thank you. Check that, put it back in again, update the exe. Skip. All right. That would appear to be worse. Let's reboot that. Yeah, no, that is nonsense, isn't it? Shifting left by... No, that's completely wrong. That's like miles off the edge of the image. It's no wonder that just crashed. Okay. What am I thinking of? Is it not line shift? Is it... Maybe it was just that was wrong. Maybe line shift was fine. This is the problem with writing code in a great hurry, is you forget how half of it works. Here we go. There again. CV out. CV back in again. Oops. Got there. Excuse me. Skip. Skip. No, that's still wrong. I mean, it's not crashing, but it's not rendering, right? Weird. Let's print out what these values are. Let's sanity check. Okay. Continue for the hell of it. They're still rendering weird. Oh yeah, but I just wanted to see what the output was. Okay, line shift is 6. That seems quite large. What's that? 2, 4, 8, 16. 32, 64. Oh no, that is right. Okay. Source of set words doesn't look completely mad. Well, let's work it out the other way. Where's my calculator gone? There it is. So if it's 40 by 16, then if it's 64 pixels wide, then we should be going down more than that. Interesting. Oh, but this is words, not bytes. Okay, so I'll do this first, and then 16, and then divide that by 4. We still don't get 1034. Something wrong here then. Maybe we should just be taking that entire thing divided by 4. Maybe that makes more sense. That has too many brackets. Well, not enough brackets, rather. So the source Y was 40. We're shoving that left by 7. Was it 7? No, 6. That gets us to 560. And then adding 16 to that. And then we're shoving that right by 2, which is divided by 4, which gets us 644, which is not the value we had, but that seems to be correct. Okay. Try that again. Okay, get rid of that. Take the CD. That looked a bit better, if a bit slow. Okay, they're rendering right now at least. Doesn't help if I shoot them off screen. Yeah, the lack of transparency is a bit more obvious when they're over the background. Yeah. You see, I thought we'd get away with that. Maybe we won't. Interesting. Okay. I won't get rid of that because that's now working. Come to think of it though, we will be saving a bit of memory there as well. Not very much, but some. In fact, let's run to the DOSBox so I can search through the log a bit easier. So DOSBox isn't on the stream. Nope, not that one. There, where's DOSBox gone? There it is. Here we go. Lost the window. There it is. That is notably slowing down. Like that. At least it did the first time. Oh, I'm a little paranoid. Boop. It just started again now. What was that? I'm going to blame the Mac for that. I don't think that was actually anything to do with the DOS game. Okay, let's have a look at the log and see if we did. Because we probably save, I don't know, like 2K or something. It's not going to be a great amount. Ignore that one. It's just palette. Nothing. Yeah, it's about 2K. Ah, do I think looking that much worse is worth 2.5K? No, I don't think I do. I don't need to think about that. It is much more noticeable than I thought it was going to be. So, that means I'm going to go back to the debris sprite and say, you are in fact transparent again, after all. Okay, back to the to-do list. Yeah, turns out no. Which then puts us back to here. What else do we need to do if we want to put the sentries, render them from VRAM directly? We'd need another flag in here. Is this worth it? I just don't know that it's worth it. It might make the performance better on the 386, and that would be worth it. Okay, right. If we were to do that, we currently don't have any way to do that very sensibly. The anim image is where we update. Is responsible for updating the animation frames and all of that business. But it's currently expecting to render all the sprites at once, which this would have to be a separate pass because it's a VRAM copy, so that wouldn't fit very nicely. I don't know, man. In fact, come to think of it, this guy isn't responsible for the animation. It stores the data for the animation, but the actual animating is done by WorldSprite. Yoink. I mean, they currently are WorldSprites, so that's kind of fine. We do just want to be able to change this, or could we so we've got here, we do have render flags at that point, but that's about flipping. So I want to say it's kind of a property of the sprite, really, that its source image is stored in VRAM. So that is an anim image thing. An image data there, which it really wouldn't be helpful to be able to construct an image data that was actually pointing at the video buffer, because we'd have to, the whole rendering path for this would be different. So it really, yeah, it wouldn't make much difference to be able to massage it in there. You can have a flag saying VRAM, and then we'd have an X and a Y as the offsets into VRAM to find the source image. Yeah, I guess that works. Seems a bit grisly, but mouth shorts really would fit, but it's ain't short. If you've got the flag, which is here. Oh, no. How do you specify where you want to put it? That really shouldn't be a property of the data. It should be up to the code to decide where to put it. So we wouldn't put it in the file, but we are going to have to update the file to include this new flag. So, where's my data gone? Sentry. So that's going to be a 2, and without the 1 anymore, so just 2 will do it. Let me rebuild the data before I forget. Okay. So when the enemy code comes to load a sentry, which is right there, well, that's the image. Do the anim image load at some point here before we draw it? We've got to actually upload that image to VRAM. And then we've got to tell anim image where we've put it. Be nice to sort of do that in one function. Feels like it should belong to anim image. Where is it? Oh, it's aim data. Sentry. Actually, do you even need that? Yes, because you've got to change the values in. Upload to VRAM for that sprite, this image. Which actually, come to think of it, I've got a function that will load a PCX file straight into VRAM, which would save us a bit of RAM as well. That's complicated. Because if I did that, I then wouldn't get an image data, which means I couldn't pass that image data to anim image. You'd have to construct a fake one with no data. Where's the image class gone? Here it is. That's the input class. That's not what I wanted. Image. Image. Load into VRAM. There we go. Yeah, you don't get an image data back for that. Curses. It's kind of all I want though, is just a struct with a couple of values in it. Because then if we did that, I think that's what this memory target thing was about, that was how we determined whether we were talking about an image data or actual VRAM. Oh, of course. Okay, yeah, no, they had to be completely separate because the image data class, or the image data struct, separates the data by plane, which you wouldn't do with VRAM. Okay, no, that doesn't matter then. What does an image need? Well, should we just do it the hacky way for now? Loading the VRAM, I think that was called. Yes. For now. Yes, indeed, Beam. This is why this code is in the state it's in. Because it was all for now. Forever. It's just one of those things where I'm just sitting here going around in circles in my brain trying to decide the best way to do it. And it's just like, just pick one. Even if it's the wrong method, at least you're making progress. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here and stare at the code all afternoon. Now, VRAM offset, got to work that out. VRAM stride. Can't remember what that is. I know we get that value from somewhere. There it is. 640 minus 256. Oh, right. Yes, the stride from the end of one row to the beginning of the next. Okay. Yes. So it would be 640 minus whatever the size of the sentry is. Can't remember. What size is the sentry? It's... no, not that one. That's a very old sentry sprite. What? Oh, okay. Just loaded the wrong one. Fine. That one is... How big is this file? Tell me, sprite. 256 by 32. Okay, back to code. 256 is right then. Now then, what was it doing with the VRAM offset? Off-screen tiles offset X. Oh yeah, because there's no... It's at the top. It's on the top row of the tiles. Excuse me. So... we can say, where is this going to be? It's about 256 rows down, so 640 times 256 plus the same amount across, which is 320 plus 48, 368. I should probably do something similar to that, to be fair. I don't really like how that looks, but sure. Actually, simple VRAM offset makes a bit more sense. That's going to be correct. That's going to be 640 times 256. Now we put all that in there. No, it's not. What are you talking about? You mean 256? Six 40 times century VRAM offset Y brackets plus century VRAM offset X, and that should really be minus the width of the century PCX. It just leaves the 640 as a slightly magical value. Meh. You gotta have a little bit of magic. Right, so we've loaded it into RAM at that position. We've constructed, or we've attempted to construct now an image, but we no longer have an image data to pass it because we're no longer constructing. So, oh, actually, it still exists. It just doesn't have any values in it. Right there. So for now, we can just go, for now, we can just fill those values in manually. Hello, Catagrav. Welcome in. Didn't see you there. Sorry if I've been ignoring you for 10 minutes. I do a lot of staring at code, which, yeah, means I often miss the chat, so sorry about that. How are you doing today? I am filling in some values in Sentry Image, which I might just be horrible and just splat an entire struct in there, because why not? I want the H, not the CPP. There it is. Right then, we want to fill in some numbers. How many of these do we actually care about, though? Yeah, I don't want to fill in all of those. I want to fill them in individually. That'd be nicer. Back to there. Let's not do that. Dot stop. Equals. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna know that one. Century image width. I'm not going to bother consting the rest of it because I'm too lazy. The height is, I've already forgotten. What did A sprite say? 32, because only one row. 32. Century image. Data length and data length words, I don't think matter. Because you're only going to use those if I ask you to draw the entire image. And I'm never going to ask you to do that. So I ignore those. We don't need a palette. Num colors therefore isn't relevant. Line shift we'll need. No, we won't, because we're copying from VRAM. Width words. All. No, width words is real. Let's do width words. Width words is going to be K century image width shoved right twice. And fellow dev, I sometimes forget to breathe. How true. It's only when I pause to have a slurp of tea that I remember to do that. Oh, that's a sign of how much I've been concentrating. Oh, the tea's gone cold. Gruesome. Right, I'll leave that there for now. That at least gives us some things to work with. But what we need to do is, oh no, we don't need to tell it that it's in VRAM because that's in the data now. Okay. And an image, there it is. Find the load. Sure, load. Sorry, Went a bit Lord of the Rings then. Reading the flags in there, then we're going to pass it in, so it's going to get stored. Do we? When we load this in, is it going to start trying to pull things out of our image data? I bet it does. But what will it try and pull out? Oh, no, we are going to want that. We're going to want no transparency as well. So that data is going to need to have a 3, not a 2. So 3. Okay, because we don't want you creating any of this guff or trying to copy any of that. Don't massively care about that. None of that uses the image data. None of that uses the image data. I think we've got away with it. I think we might have got away with it. Okay. So assuming we've got away with it, we are later on going to try drawing these things. And that will go through, that's so horrible, but yes, it'll go through World Sprite Draw. World Sprite Draw will just go through to Anim Image Draw or Draw Clipped. So Anim Image Draw is just going to add the thing to the queue with some render flags that we're largely going to ignore. Then later on, when we go, yes, okay, when we go through the list, they have to be treated separately, because none of that is going to work. A big brown copy. Oh, sorry, I'm not reading the chat again. I do apologise, Kazuhav. I am working in C, or well, it's a sort of a weird C, like with some C++y bits, so like namespaces and things like that, sort of niceties. But apart from a single class, there's one class for the actual mode, but that's about it. That's the extent. Oh no, sorry. There's a class for the overall game mode, and there is a template function as well, which every time I say this on the stream, I say I regret the template function massively, because it took my compile times from about 2 seconds up to 20. But I thought it was neat at the time, which is always the reason, I find, always what happens with templates. You think, oh, this is cool, and then you pay with intense pain later on. Anyway, not quite Objective-C, but sort of, how would I describe it? It's mostly sort of procedural, really. It's mostly sort of straightforward C, but in namespaces. So not really object-oriented. Other than, you know, things being instructs. Right. This is why this is weird, because it's like, it doesn't really fit in any of this. It would have to happen really after all of that is done. But right now we've only got one list. So we need to pull those out really and put them in a separate list. Does that make sense? Yes, I think it does. Okay, I convinced myself there. Where am I going? When we come to do the draw, That really doesn't matter, that's fine. Sprite flags and image flags. Can't remember what I called it. Source image in VRAM, I think. Is that what I called it? Let's check. Nope, it's not there. It's in the header. Is it? Must be. Can't find the header. There it is. Source image in VRAM. All right. So if that flag is set, then we should probably put it in a different queue. Okay. I love templates, but I also don't care about compile time. I care more about dev time and runtime. Fair enough. Want another list. Where's my render items list? There it is. It is going to get a bit messy potentially. Fine, okay. Just going to duplicate it for now. It'll be fine. There's that for now again, getting used. Right. Let's just call that VRAM render items. No. VRAM render items. Can never decide whether I want to write that in all caps or not. Would look weird in the beginning. Gonna leave it like that. Actually working on designing a language that focuses on compile time garbage collection. Okay. VRAM render items is down here. Where's my list gone? Back. Draw. Really much the same thing, but VRAM render items. VRAM render items, no. VRAM render items equals blah. That's that. Ignoring it for now, and then I'm going to do a bunch of drawing. We're going to go down through the list. And we're going to want to reset it at the end. So, yeah, something remarkably like that. Render item, VRAM item equals VRAM render item. I equals VRAM render items, blah 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 blah. VRAM item. No item. Frame collect. Yeah, this is all going to change, but we'll deal with that in a minute. And then no VRAM. Okay. Yeah, that's ultimately we're just going to have to be completely distinct functions because they're going to be drawn completely differently. It's annoying that we can't get the clipping. We'll have to cut and paste that, which is grisly. But there's not really a reasonable way to share it between the two functions because it's going to behave quite differently. What's this game about anyway? It's about space cats. Does it run currently? I think it does. Hang on, I'll show you. Oh, except the music's disabled because I've got music happening in the on the stream. Hang on a minute while I tell OBS where DOSBox is. There we go. I've lost the window. So yes, this is a DOS game that I made for the DOS Jam in December, which I'm now sort of adding more stuff to and optimizing to try and make it as small as possible. So where are we up to? Come through here, and we get a terribly exciting intro, which is very long, so I'm just going to skip it. Skip. And then, yeah, just a daft little shooter. Meow. With very cool music, which is currently switched off. What you mean? Yeah. But yes, it's sort of an ode to 90s shareware with the general idea. Oops. Goodbye. There we go. Oh, I missed a few enemies there. Under the part-time though. And then that carries on. You get the general idea. So yeah, it was about half an hour of gameplay in the Jam version. Impressive, almost looks like it was made in Click Team Fusion. Is Click Team Fusion like, was that what Click and Play turned into? Hello there, new house. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Oh, is Ketu Rav actually Finnish? As in, is it Finnish words? Okay. I'm going to ignore the clipped one because that's going to be a pain. So let's just go and do a draw VRAM render item. Ketu means fox in Finnish. Of course, you realise you've outed yourself as a Finn now, new house. American. Ketu is Finnish. Rav is Swedish. Does Rav, is that Swedish for fox? Are you just a double fox? Is that how that works? Tis indeed. Foxy Fox. Seems fair. Finnish, Swedish, Foxy Fox. Very good. Right. Well, American, Finnish, Swedish, Foxy. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Draw VRAM render item. Let's carry on with making that function. Let's find draw render item, which is up here somewhere. This is it. And we'll start by duplicating that because I suspect that it is going to be radically different. Or VRAM render item. There's your render item. Plane is no longer relevant. So that's a good start. Yeah, we've got no P. Right, gets you the frame later. Combined really doesn't mean anything now because that is, in fact, that's going to crash because that's a null pointer. So that's got to go. Screen X and screen Y, I guess, is relevant because we certainly need to know where to draw the thing. This business is probably going to need to change as well. That's got to go. I sort of feel like here we are. Okay, we're already doing it. So that scroll plane offset plus the scroll. That plane offset should always be 0. Interesting. Okay. I'm saying that. I don't know if that's true. I learned hooker is wolf. Wolf in Sami. One of my other chosen names was Liska, Czech, and want to spool up a Linux distro I want to call VOS Voss's Danish. Little fox obsession. Cool. I can remember that Yosh is Russian for hedgehog, but I don't know if I know any words for fox. I feel like I should be able to remember the Japanese word for fox because it's sort of relatively common. But I can't remember what it is. Oh well. If I name foxes to Dark Fantasy World, should I give them ancient Swedish names or Viking names? And give them little Viking helmets? Kitsune, of course. I knew that. I knew that. I just couldn't remember. Right, what am I doing here? Setting up a VRAM copy. What's holding me back here a little bit is the destination is always going to be aligned on a 4-pixel boundary. Now, that should always be the case. I shouldn't need to worry about that because it should just always be true. If it isn't true somehow and I do a VRAM copy, it's going to go very weird indeed. But I'm just going to say that it's fine. Off scroll offset. That's going to end up in the right place, I've decided. Screen offset words is correct. Now, also occurs to me that having set those up as separate bit flags, it's possible to say that you want the source image storing in VRAM, but that you do want transparency, and that's not possible. So I'm going to have to change that later. Again, for the 900th time today, for now, it'll be fine. That is... Oh, thank you for the follow. Germanic, Celtic, kind of Celtic, but more all nature. Sami and such. Exciting. Okay, so this is giving me an offset into an image, which I now need to also add to the offset of the image into VRAM. At this point, we don't know where the image is. So that's the next thing to do. That was in enemies that we set that up, I believe. Init. It is. Okay, so that's loaded into VRAM, and that's where it's loaded into VRAM. That tells AnimImage that we want that the image is going to be in VRAM, but we haven't yet told it where. Let me put it in the image data. No, doesn't feel right in the image data. Wasn't I going to put it in the AnimImage data anyway? I was. Okay, let's just have a function for that then for now. For now. It's definitely a Friday today. Everything's for now. Everything's going to be terrible. Just setting myself up for Monday, when I'm just going to be furious with myself for all of these decisions. But that's fine. Monday me gets to deal with that. That asshole. Right. Make this bright, and then let's say an image set VRAM location, VRAM offset for that sprite to this guff. Feel like it might be that guff shifted right twice. I was coding going, I think I just gave you an answer to that unwittingly. It's, you know, another slow day, but getting there, you know. I'm still in the process of, well, actually, no, I've moved on from getting the memory usage down. The memory usage is about as low as it's going to get, reasonably. The game now uses, I think it's very slightly under a meg of memory in total, which means it still won't fit in a 2 meg machine, which is a bit annoying, but Raising the Beam this morning did insist that a 386 with 4 meg is a totally normal thing. I was trying to get it to fit into 2 meg because I thought 386s only ever really had 2 meg of memory. But he was like, no, our 386 had 4 meg. So I was like, okay, that's fine then. I've got 4 meg to play with. But then I noticed in the stream on Wednesday as well that I feel like the performance on the 386 has got worse somehow recently. I'm not sure what it is. But combining those two things, what I'm in the middle of doing right now is, where's a sprite? It's right there. A sprite on the stream. That's the Sentry sprite sheet. And what I'm in the middle of doing, let me take that off a second while I find. There it is. There we go. Put that back on. So this is the contents of VRAM at any given time. One of those is the active frame. One of them is the back buffer. That's the tiles for rendering the world. And we've got this big space, about 64K of space over here that we're not using for anything. We can't do sprite rendering from VRAM because if you render from VRAM, everything has to be aligned to 4 pixel boundaries. So sprites would jump 4 pixels when they moved if we rendered them from VRAM. But it did occur to me, the sentries don't move. So it is feasible to put the sentries in here, which saves us a very small amount of system memory, but it also will be much faster to render. It'll take about a quarter of the time to draw the sentries, at least in theory. So unfortunately, it requires a huge amount of faff in the code, which is what I'm in the middle of doing right now. Clunk. One second, I will be right back. Sorry about that. Back again. Right. Where was I? No idea. Oh yes, we were telling Animimage, possibly a lie, about where this image is stored in VRAM. I mean, we need a function for that. Kind of related to load. It's not an ID. It is a mem. And then it was an unsigned int, I assume. That's the wrong function. I mean, enemies. Let's just assume it's an unsigned int. We're storing them separately. Do we need to store them separately, or do we just want one? Yeah, we just one. Zip. Load. Oh, it is. But yes, I did. In fact, all that's going to do is it's going to fill that value. But not before checking. Thanks, I think. Yes. Flags. Sports image in VRAM. If you don't have that, get wrecked. You've got warning in the log. That's all we can tell you. We don't know really which sprite it is. We don't have a name for it. Okay. I definitely feel like that, that value is wrong. What does image load into VRAM shift that right twice by any chance? Really not. Really? I don't believe you. Load image pixel data. I can't even see where that VRAM offset's used. And that goes in as the third value in memory target, which is, it's not set up there. Where's image H? It's just called offset. That's helpful. Divided by 4. I mean, I don't know. It's being very neat to do it divide by 4. It's only shift right twice. But sure. Okay, fine. So I am right. That is meant to be words, not bytes. Double words, rather. Right, back to there. So it's bytes there, but here. Okay, we'll make Animimage take care of it then. offset, shift right place. Do you know what? I am going to change that. We don't need it to be that fast. It's clearer if it says divide by 4. Okay. So now that we've got that, we are going to render it, which is going to add it to the right queue. We already did that bit, didn't we? Draw. If you're in VRAM, go into the VRAM render items. Then when we come to render everything in one go, we say, well, VRAM render item. VRAM render item, there. Source offset. Combined line shift, that's not going to work. That actually is going to be the size of a line in VRAM, which is 640 pixels, which I think we have. That's 160, which I'm pretty sure we have a const for. We do. String with words. Image. Actually end up being source y times that, because it's not shiftable in a single shift. Yeah, that's not going to work. We must do that somewhere else though. Is it a shift of 9 and 7? Do we have a shift of 9 somewhere? We do not. Shift of 8? Nope. That's weird. Could have sworn I'd done that somewhere. Well, either way, it's going to be twice that. So, where was I copying that from? There we go. Yoink. When source 1, source y. When source y. But it's not the visible screen width, it's twice that. Plus frame source x divided by 4. Oh, hello. We're already doing that there. That's not right. Just new. Go to the right place. No, that's complete nonsense. Just written absolute gibberish there. Brilliant, good stuff. Oh, one of those days today. Right. Clearly, the coffee this morning was not strong enough. Also, that isn't declared anywhere. Right, sod it. All of that's going. Okay. Source offset words, in fact, is going to be the sprite VRAM offset to start with. Because that's the top left pixel of it in VRAM. We're then going to want to add, let's do it the horrible way or the slow way first, and then we'll optimize it. So we're going to want to add to that a number of VRAM width lines. Where's video H gone? Oh, I closed it. There it is. String with words multiplied by source y. Skip that many rows and then add that. Check the left twice. That. looks right. Okay. So then we need to replace this. This is going to be the next fiddly bit because I'm fairly confident that we only have one function to draw within VRAM, and I'm pretty sure it's limited to 16 pixels wide. We've got to copy region words though. Problem is, if we don't use that already, it probably doesn't work. We don't use it. Can't rely on this code then. Doesn't look wrong though, at first glance. Well, let's give it a go and see what happens. Although, having said all of that, the frame is only going to be 32 pixels wide rather than 16, so it would be a straightforward matter of just doubling this. Yoink. Ta-da! 32 pixels. All right. Do that instead. Whoops. Of course, yes, this is... Yeah, we should really care about the frame width. Don't really want to have to, but sure. And go to string offset words. The source offset is source offset words, calculator right there. Then the height is going to be sprite frame height. Right. Well, that sure seems simple. And then, at least in theory, we would have a copy region 8, but I haven't got one, and I can't imagine I'm going to write anytime soon. So, moment. It's what we call a useful error message. All right. Oh, we've got a whole bunch of other things we need to take care of here as well, which is we need to do some silly VGA magic before we do this, go through this loop, which I can copy from world because we do it in the world rendering as well. Somewhere. Let's see where we're using copy region 16. That'll tell me. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. This stuff. And then the inverse of that on the other end is going to be all the way down. Somewhere. There it is. And at some point I need to fix that as well. All right. Well, let's see what's broken. Build. Dope. Oh, I forgot to put the video prefix on it. Nice. Anim image 542. Jeebus. 542 is there. String of words. What else? Item 769. I call it render item or something. Call it VRAM item. Okay. Continue on new. Which level do I want? Took me so long to write that code, I've actually forgotten what it does. Oh, it's for the Sentry rendering. I'm going to start a new level then. First level, I mean. Skip, 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 skip. Well, it died, so that's good. Wonder if we got a log. I'm going to say probably not. 85k in the log. Well, that ain't right. I thought you might say that. That was not what we wanted. Okay. So let's test if any of this initialization works, and then we'll ignore the rendering part by saying if you say draw and you want to draw from VRAM, you can get wrecked because I'm not doing it. That's the spirit. That should be enough. Here we go. I'm wondering, resources might be able to take. I don't think they are, but just in case, I'll refresh that again. Okay, so it's just the rendering that's broken then. That's kind of interesting. Ooh. That just tried to draw one. That's interesting. That should have just done nothing. Ah, no, it was clipped. Right, okay. Reboot that. Yes, if it was clipped, it would have come in here. And then it's going to try and draw it the normal way, which is going to end up dereferencing a null pointer at the moment. So, yes, okay. That was reasonable for it to break there. I will allow that. Let's copy some of this guff. Doink. Why did it crash the previous time as soon as we got into game? There wouldn't have been a sentry on the screen at that point, so it wouldn't have had one to draw. That's a bit mysterious. Let's rebuild this again. I wish I could get that terminal to stop flickering on OBS. He said right at the moment when it stopped flickering. That was weird. He must have heard me. I'll start it again. Fine. No. Let's go. So if I go over here, we should just not say one. Oh, I can still shoot us though. Okay, that's fine then. That does seem to confirm that it is just the rendering that's broken. That first one was a bit odd. Maybe I did move and I just don't remember. Okay, so... Actually, that's interesting in itself, because... No, it's not. No, it's not interesting at all. Because it doesn't matter if we send the clipped one off to be rendered, because we have no way of rendering a clipped one. So when it comes down here, it's just going to come in there anyway. So that's fine. We can leave that one commented. But evidently, that is not behaving properly. Okay. And then go back into VRAM render item. That's legitimate. There will be a sprite. Those don't really matter. None of that is dereferencing anything. That should be fine. Yeah, it's going to have to be this, with either that or that being incorrect. So, let's print them out. And then stop. Yeah, I have to remember that that dest offset does that. It's not called dest offset, it's called screen offset. That is, yeah, that's going to be, it's going to account for the frame, the screen of the back buffer, so that's going to change quite wildly. Okay. Be right back again. Oh, get on with it. So let's go over here. And look, we've got a couple of things. Where's the log say? Going there in item. Yeah. That. The destination's not changing that much, which is a little bit strange. It's not changing at all. Does that value of a scroll offset? Oh, hang on. Oh, okay. There's actually the copy region accounts for it, not the calling code, I think. Let's check. Copy region. Nope. No, we're supposed to be accounting for it ourselves, excuse me. I am puzzled by this. Back to an image. Let's see what Weld does again. Like offset address. That's the destination. Okay, right, yeah, fine. So then we need to see where the bulk offsets are set up. Black buffer offset plus screen offset. So we should be adding that. Wonder why we aren't. Okay. What's this guy do? That's... I think I've just found a very long-standing bug. Either that or I'm completely misunderstanding how this code works, which is equally likely, to be fair. Right region fast playing. Get buffer is going to account for it. Get buffer is going to offset by for the double buffer, isn't it? Yes. So, okay, so okay. So this code is correct, but this code isn't because copy region doesn't account for the back buffer offset. Okay. So if we were going to do it, make it reasonable, it would do the same thing that write region does. Okay. Except now I'm puzzled. How come the world renders correctly? Because the world uses copy region 32 and it's not accounting for the back buffer offset. Yes, it is. It's adding it in there. Okay, this is just Grizzly code. That's all it is. Fine. In which case, to save having to rewrite the world rendering or change the world rendering, I am going to add it myself. Const. Damn. Alright, fine. That plus that. Right. Plus that. That's not going to cause it to crash. Or rather, the lack of that isn't going to cause it to crash. But it will make that second number jump up and down, which is what I was expected to see. Now, the source doesn't look madly incorrect to me. Except that I think that's supposed to be words, so calculator. Divide that by 4. Yeah, that sounds about right. 41,000. There's going to be about. It's about 2/3 the way through the buffer, which is bottom right-ish. Interesting. In fact, actually, let's check the difference between. Yeah, they're 8 words different, which is 32 bytes, 32 pixels. That's correct. So both the source and the destination look right to me. So why is that going weird? Okay, so maybe because we're going to be in copy region 16. Go back to video. I don't have it open anymore. Region 16. Audible words, that's 16, so that would be 8 down here. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times 4 is 32. I am not seeing a problem with that. Weird. Okay, out of interest, if I set that to be 16, given that we know that function works, frame height is 16. I'm assuming, yeah, because we're still loading the sprite, so yeah, that data is going to be set. It's a bit peculiar. All right, let's quit that and rebuild that. Oh, I left the return in. Doy. Come on with it. Okay. Creep to the right. Not rendering anything, but it hasn't crashed. Oh. Well, that looks like it's working. I mean, it's obviously rendering the wrong size, but on occasion in the wrong place. Interesting. So is that something wrong with copy region 32? That's going to be correct. That is just a straightforward pair of binders. There's no typo in that lot. Those are both correct. I can't see anything wrong with that code. Is it just the lack of the back buffer offset? That shouldn't have crashed it though. It would have just made it render weird. Would have made it flicker. Alright. It's facing the wrong way, but it is rendering. Okay, and then the clipped version doesn't work, so that's fine. Okay. Well, I guess it's rendering at least. I've got a bunch of other things to do yet. Not least of which is drawing the background underneath it, because it's going to have to be incorporated into the sprite now, since it no longer has transparency. What would be an interesting test would be getting to the next level where there are... Actually, that's quite a good one then. Because that does already feel faster to me. Gotta be good. Okay. And the clipped version is going to be slower, but I think it proves that it's worth making the change. I wonder why it was crashing. Well, right, so we need to do a bunch of things with the sprite, which I think is still loaded. Yes, a sprite. There it is. Bonk. Because we can't really feasibly support flipping if we're rendering from VRAM, because there's not... Well, I mean, we literally could, but it would end up being slower than a normal render, because we'd have to pull the pixels back onto the CPU, flip the order around, and then shove them back up to the VGA card again, which is gruesome. But because we're loading this image into VRAM and not into system RAM, we can put more frames of animation in, and they won't, in inverted commas, cost us anything. So, let's do that. Can the size 64. Shove it up there. Thank you. And then copy all of this lot. Vertical flipping we can still do because it's just reversing the order of a for loop. Well, technically it's not a for loop, but it's feasible. So we only need really. Do you know what? Memory to burn. Let's have both of them. Let's have it all flipped. I'll regret this later. Now, problem we've got is that's the background. So I'm going to cut and paste some tiles in behind, facing to the right. Well, it's all directions, isn't it? Okay. Let's start with the right facing one, which is you. Now, if I can I do this as a different layer and then put it underneath that? I don't know if I can. Nope. I can. Oh, there we go. That's how you do it, isn't it? Cannot move or copy something below the background layer. Well, I don't want it to be a background layer. So by all means, make it not be a background layer. Convert to layer. Good enough. Which one's which? Okay. So that's actually the wrong way around. I'll put you. Okay. Where's that? There it is. Put that up there. Is that right? Yes. Back on again. Hello. You are now perpetually invisible. What have I done? Oh, I'm clicking the wrong thing. That's why. Moderately baffled by a sprite, but it's fine. Copy that. Paste it onto that lower layer. There we go. Okay. One of them over there. And another one there. And then copy all of that. Why does that feel wrong? Slightly paranoid that that is not doing the right thing there. Oh, okay, because it always had a black border previously, which it should still do, come to think. That's why it looks wrong. Okay. Everything else should be black. I want a new layer behind, new layer. Can I make a background layer? Am I allowed to do that? Come here, pesky layer. There we go. Right, now it's here. Can we make it a background? We can. Preferably not that colour. That colour. Make background. There we go. Right. I should probably rename these. You're definitely the background. Look. Sprite. Now. Central. Next. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted that one. What's that? Right, guys. Here's another one. Chuck it over there. Right. That is not the right button. I could have sworn it was Shift H. It is Shift H. Why did it seem to go weird? Oh, because I'm in the wrong layer. That's better. Curse you, get in the right pixel. There we go. Done all those at once, but anyway. Right. And then back to copying these out. No, wrong layer. Pesky. There it is. Next. There we go. Happy Pizza Friday. What a good idea. Oh, we're on the Mac again. Are you going to get a proper shout out this time? Hello, Jabu, by the way. I'm staring intently. Are we going to get a clip? Are we going to get a clip? Why does it take so long? It does this to taunt me. It'll wait for me to look away and then it'll play a clip. It's not going to play a clip, is it? I don't understand when this got so broken. Anyway. You're going to make a pizza? You mean actually, you know, to what level are you going to make a pizza? Because I think there are 3 ways to interpret that sentence. Because I think I'm going to make a pizza tonight as well. But that will involve taking a pizza out of a box and putting it in an oven. But I could also see how making a pizza might mean getting a pizza base, throwing some toppings on it and putting that in an oven. That's what you meant, yes. What's wrong with do your own toppings? What toppings? That's the important question. I spend a lot of time in Genesis Temple's stream, and being an Italian, a big theme of his is complaining about pizza, which amuses me quite a lot. Apparently, I think he's of the view, I didn't realise this, but a lot of Italians are of the view that a pizza basically, it has to be margherita. If you're putting anything else on it, then you're just sort of being a bit, I don't know, over the top, I think is the view. Which, yeah, I can't subscribe to that theory. I find margherita a bit dull, personally. Spicy chicken. Jalapenos, yes please. Sounds good. Salami and jalapenos for me usually. No. Jalapenos are just good, generally. As are some variety of pig. But yeah, good stuff. What's the one I'm going to do tonight? I think mine's going to be very similar, actually. Some form of spicy pig and chilies. Right, anyway. I need to do the last bits of background here. That one. Plunk. Something about the way Aseprite draws its grid always confuses me. Anyway, I think that's right. Okay, well, I guess I just want to save that. Yeah, okay. Save, rebuild the art. Wait a moment, do I need to update the sprite data? I can't remember. Sentry spray. Oh, because it determines where the frames are based on the image. So as long as I update the hard-coded image data, we should be all right. Okay, so we can go ahead and rebuild the data and then come back to here, and then when we load the sprite, yes, 64. That should be fine. Okay, it's still going to look weird because it's going to be rendering in the wrong direction most of the time. It's still going to be wiggly, but it should at least render with a background. We don't get delivery pizza anymore. Prices are stratospheric, that's true. What can you do? Learn to cook. What a notion. Enjoy cooking, I just rarely have the energy to do anything adventurous. That's very true, yeah. During lockdown, which seems simultaneously such a long time ago and so recent, but during lockdown, I feel like I perfected my arrabbiata pasta because I just kept making that over and over again. So that's probably one of the few things I think I'm good at cooking. Although I do also cheat, to be fair, by putting chorizo in it, which is, to be fair, another thing that upsets Damiano at Genesis Temple. Because, yeah, chorizo's Spanish. You can't go putting that in your Italian food, can you? Yes, you can. It makes it better. Lockdown special was homemade milkshakes. Otherwise known, that's kind of a similar approach, at least how I imagine I would make milkshake would be very similar to how I made that cake last week, which is basically anything that I can find in the kitchen that I think is vaguely milkshake appropriate is going in the blender. Most of that cake went in the bin, you know, Jabu. I will confess. Ultimately, it was fun to make the children's approach to making a cake, but the sugar content, even for me, was far too high in that cake. So yes, most of it got thrown out. That's how we did it. Yeah, fair enough. What I did learn, though, is that marmalade and Christmas chocolates are a great combination. I'm going to have to figure out how to combine those in a more sensible way. Of course, it depends on whether you like chocolate orange as a flavour. I do. Right, anyway, back to the code. That's what I'm meant to be doing. Oh, yes, I was rebuilding. I think I just did. Yes, I did. Let's throw this away. Get a new exe. Get some new data. Which, yes, we do, because we changed the image. Now, we'd need two versions because we need the low detail and the high detail version. I'll make it match better by switching this to high detail graphics. Doink. I mean, I say match better, it's still facing the wrong way and wiggling, but you know what I mean. Yeah, okay, that wiggle is intolerable, but it's just a bug. That's fixable. That looks a little bit more sensible, except it's rendering in the wrong place. So it's just... Is it just too far left by 8 pixels? Is that what that is? Because it looks like it's about half a tile's width that it's sunk into that wall. Now, there is some guff when we load the sentries. We adjust them. We adjust their positions. Let's see exactly what we're doing with that. Words. Look for the word sentry. And again. To make the sprite line up in TileEd, the right-facing one is offset by 16 pixels. Didn't look like it was offset by 16, it looked like it was offset by 8. TileEd tile objects have their origin at the bottom left, and okay, so this is all stuff to compensate for TileEd. No, that wouldn't be happening here. Strange. Okay, let's fix the flipping, which... that freaks me out. The background music I've been playing the last couple of streams occasionally has little bits of people talking mixed in with it. Little samples of people talking, and it freaks me out because I think I've left a tab open. There he is again. Right, what was I just going to do? That completely put me off. I'm easily distracted. Stop talking, little man in my ear. I was tabbing about thinking something else was playing. No, it's the music. It is quite annoying. Because it's very common for me when I'm streaming to be lurking in somebody else's channel in the background, and then of course what happens is they raid out, which causes the browser to refresh, and suddenly you get someone else's channel playing in your ear, and it's like, where the hell is that coming from? But yes, anyway. What was I doing? My brain is completely scrambled. These are rendering in the wrong place. Oh, I don't care about that. I'm going to come back to it in a minute. What I care about is the facing direction, which is going to determine which frames we want to draw. So in fact, this is actually reverting some code that I changed previously. Because right now, when we say init a sentry, init, it's just setting render flags based on that type, which are not really supported for VRAM sprites, so that's going to have to go. Okay. Now, I seem to recall, let me just check the source control to see what changes I made to that file last time. History. flipped sentries. I don't really want to have to put this code back in again. Oh. Well, that's interesting. We've got a get sentry on them. Yes, we have. That's exciting. Not anymore. We don't do that anymore. We do something more like that. Maybe this won't be so fiddly after all. Any subtype, or indeed, for that matter, we're essentially already doing that. Well, now I'm confused. Oh, but we're not masking it. Oh, I see. Okay. Fine. So we'll just do exactly the same thing, but just not mask it. Yoink. Yoink. So that we'll expect it to be right, down, left, up, which it is. That might even work. That might even work. In its entry, that's commented out, isn't it? No, not the prototype, the actual function. Come on. Thank you. That's commented out. We are, yes, we are storing that. Okay, let's give them a minute. So it'll still be wiggly. They'll still probably all be in the wrong place, but they should at least be facing the right way now. Or it might crash. Cool. Right, evidently I am asking for... Oh, silly me. Didn't need to reboot that, but I have done. I know what I've done. I have not updated this. Fire right, fire down. It's got no left and it's got no up. Silly me. There are in fact 8 again now. Again, so I know where I am. I will left. Oh, is he? Yes, that is right. Back to Aseprite. I'll show you my favourite feature of Aseprite that is well handy at times like this. Although it's more handy in something like the tiles, where quite often you want to, like if you're printing out the debug of, I was trying to draw tile 102 and it crashed, and you're like, well, which one even is tile 102? If you have a look in the bottom left there, next to the magnifying glass, if you've got the grid switched on, Aseprite tells you the tile number. That's well handy, that. That's a sign of software that's made by people that actually use it. Anyway, back to the sentry, because that's where I actually want to do it here. That is frame number 8. One frame, and then otherwise it's 8, 9, 10, and 11. back to TextMate. Idle is 8 for 1 frame. Far left is, oh, that's the animation type, that's the number of frames. The frame list is going to be 8, 9, 10, and then all of them are 11s. Boink. That's 10 again. That's 9. And that's 8. And the idle down is going to be the same starting from 12. Type is 0. That's right, isn't it? Type is 0. Start frame is 12. 1 frame. And far down, yeah, type is 1. There are 30 frames. That is going to be, that's the same as the idle frame, isn't it? Yes. So you're a 12, you're a 13, you're a 14. You lot are all 15s. You're a 14, you're a 13, you're a 12. Hangy dokie. Done. And we don't even need to recompile, but we do need to rebuild the data. And update it here. Skip. Yikes. Right, yeah, the clip version still don't render, but we're not fixing it. Of course, we now have another issue, which is because they're drawn with straight walls behind them, I'm going to have to change the shape of that wall, and probably several others through the game to make that look right. But he's facing left. He's still facing right, but that's a default, so that should be fine. Ignoring the wiggliness. Facing down is fine, facing up is also fine. I mean, yes, I appreciate fine is not a particularly accurate description. But you know what I mean. Okay. General idea is working anyway. So we can get rid of that. We can also, but no, not in there, because it's fiddly. In DOS, let's do it on here instead. We run it in other DOS box. Well, actual DOS box as opposed to 86 box. DOS box is there. Clunk. And it's flickering. That's... I don't feel like that's me. I feel like that's DOSBox. Yeah, as soon as I resize the window, it stops. Okay, fine. You get me, my guess. We go here, and that's all we need to do. Let's quit, and then have a look in the log. Because I suspect... Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. No. We've saved ourselves 16k. Gosh. Game. Game. Not open. Oh, is this the no music build? I hadn't even noticed. I thought I just had it muted. Oh well. be smooth. Might have to try that. Okay, so that's down, and then what was the shrink? 16.8. No, 16k. So the overall pool size can go down by the same amount, which is 6k minus what equals 464788. That's tiny now. Tiny. 460k plus the size of the Exie. So just for my own entertainment, if I make a sensibly sized Exie file, get on with it. There we go. And then we set this back to 2 meg again. I know, it's fun. Yeah. Okay, so it can load the Exie into memory and it can allocate all the memory that it needs for the game, but it can't allocate the interrupt wrapper for the input, which is about 31k. Oh, so close, so upsettingly close. Admittedly, I have to turn the music off to make it fit. It doesn't have a hope in hell of fitting under 2 meg with the music playing, but exciting times. Back to Street Deck. Oh no, it's fine. Right, let's put this back again. Close that. Should actually reduce both of these as well by whatever that number was, 16,880. And game is there. Same for you. 46, 7, 6880 is that much. So we are wiggling. Do I know what that is? Those. Okay, let's do some logging. Right. Let's get some numbers here. I shouldn't have done that in 86 box because the log's fiddly. Keep forgetting that. Going in. Of course, that means I have to tell OBS where DOSBox is gone again. Playing new. Where's the log gone? Log. There it is. Yeah, those plane offsets are all over the place. I was not expecting that. No, they're not. Oh, it is doing what I was expecting. It's just that the end result isn't 0. So the initial positions are not multiples of 4 then. Oh, yeah, clearly not. Yeah, so it's moving on screen, but then accounting for the scroll, it's actually in the same position. So, but it's just not starting in the right place. So what if we just do something stupid like, not you, but world. World, there it is. When we load these in, what if we just snap them to the nearest 4 pixel? Doesn't matter about the Y. What position does TileHead say they're in? I don't have TileHead with me. So it's massive for some reason. Don't it be that big, TileHead? Let's be reasonable. Also, it's not on the screen. TileHead. That is not visible. Oh, because it's down there. Here we go. Make that a bit bigger. Why are you not letting me make that bigger? Oh, there we go. Oh, that'll do. Right. That's the wrong level. Level 1. Shut up. That one. Right. So, where do you think this object is then, Tyler? Because it looks very much aligned to a grid to me. 1024 by 640. That seems pretty aligned, so it's a little bit strange that when it's in game, what if we just hack the render and say, no, it's not there, it's there. Because, right, okay. Yes, this fiddliness. So in fact, what we can probably do is we can probably just go, well, neither of those things matter because we aren't adding them. Because we know we're always going to be aligned to the plane. That's now going to break. What does that look like? It's gone all flickery again. Please pack that in. Thank you. That is less wiggly, but still slightly wiggly. So it's still occasionally making the wrong calculation for the offset. Which is intriguing. Yeah. Interesting. I feel like this is the right thing to do, though. No, it's not, because that ScreenX ultimately is still not going to be guaranteed to be aligned properly. Yeah, that's going to need a bit more thought, I think. Trying to think how to deal with this nicely. ScreenX is always going to be divided by 4 anyway, so that essentially, I mean, it's going to force us onto a 4-byte boundary. But it could still occasionally be the wrong one. Flickering, were they? Are they all rendering in the correct positions? I didn't actually notice. DOSBox, there it is. No flicker this time. I think that's 8 pixels too far to the left. Right, which makes sense because that looks like it's 8 pixels too far to the left as well. Yeah. 8 pixels too far to the left would be 2 words. Why is it out by 2? Strange. I just added 2 to that. Oh, flickering again. Gross. Not 8. So is it just 4? Makes a little bit of sense. It's just out by 1 word. Interesting. So, if I just force that. Yeah, that's in the right place now. Still wiggling occasionally. Yeah, I think that is in the right place. That is interesting though. Ah, of course. There's the voices again. So actually I think the wiggling is just... I think it's just a sync issue at the time we're doing the render. Because you can do it vertically as well. There. Interesting.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
When does this... When is the order that we render things in? Well, we're going to have to draw the world before the sprites, because that's the order they're visually in. So, oh, yeah, I'll draw, and then immediately after we do all the sprites. Oh, I see. The explosions separately. That's an interesting idea. Forgot we did that. Oh, and then we do it again. all of that. World draw can't be changing the scroll offset, though world update would do that, he said, making an assumption. The fact that we're doing that, and then we're turning this off again to do the other sprites, and then we're turning it back on again for this sprite, makes me want to swap the order of that round. Either way, though, we aren't changing the scroll rate. I'm fairly sure we do that in the update. Exploding batteries. React control. Screen shake. Here we go. So when we say set minor scroll deferred, it just sets that. But then the world is going to go ahead and render with it, I'm going to assume. So what is everybody else using? I mean, this guy isn't using any of it, but if I were to say get minor scroll, do I get the deferred value or the actual value? Okay, normally I get the deferred. Okay. Hmm. I mean, in the great scheme of things, it's hardly the most terrible inefficiency, but it is slightly annoying. It's also not what accounts for the wiggling. I will be setting minus scroll. Swap buffers. So we're nowhere near that. Hello there, Jog. Welcome in. I'm sitting staring at the screen and muttering. How are you doing today? It is strange. I think what I've ended up doing here is I've ended up exacerbating an issue that was already in the game, but now it's much more obvious, which is all of the sprites seem to render a frame behind the world. So when you scroll the screen, the sprites sort of jiggle as they catch up with the scroll. And I can't really see what causes that. I remember looking into it for quite a long time when I did the Jam version of the game, and I could not identify it. But I decided that it was minor enough that I could ship with it anyway. But now that I have gone and put backgrounds into that particular sprite, that entire chunk of rock jiggles, and it's really obvious. So this sort of needs fixing. Alright, no work. Oh, very nice too. I mean, it's, debatable whether I'm working or not. I'll leave that up to your judgment. I think the important question, Jog, based on earlier conversation in here, is are you intending to eat pizza tonight? And if so, what are you going to have on it? Screen X screen. So, I see it would be World Sprite that does the calculation for Screen X Screen Y. Yes, World to Viewport. Remind myself how that works. Why, it's right here. World Offset. Having chicken wings and fries. Very nice. I did bring pizza from school. Oh, cute. World Offset. When is World Offset updated? Oh, there it is. And that's in what function? This is presumably world update, is it? Looks like world update. Yes. Some screen shake if necessary. I can hear a cat squeaking, but I can't see her. What are you squeaking at, cat? Okay, just ghosts like usual. Fair enough, you carry on. Right. I don't know if I have the attention span to deal with this issue today. So, what I think I might do is write down where we've got to with it, and then do something else. Not much is happening. How is that? I can get rid of all of this. Fine, done. Check that in. Because Friday is always the day to check in broken code. Any programmer will tell you that. Work in progress, that's the term for broken. Work in progress, sentries in viewer. Done. And then, what I'm going to do instead is, if I can find it, is apparently not appear on string. Do I need to do it manually? I do, right. Okie dokie. And look at that FMV at the beginning, because I've got two completely distinct FMVs at the moment, which I could do with marrying up in some way. And currently, this one is not going to lead into the other one in the way that I would like it to. So we're going to have to change this one. So let's first of all look through the camera. So then we want the camera to pan up and reveal the Space Cats title, but it's sort of, I feel like it doesn't really make sense looking this way. I don't know why. This seemed really obvious to me yesterday, but now that I'm describing it, I don't know that I care that much. It's sort of, this is drama. You're seeing drama, and then you're going, and now move the camera away to something else. That just seems wrong. So I feel like the solution is to have the camera on the other side of Earth, and then maybe we sort of pan up above Earth and see the asteroids approaching, and then we continue to pan up to reveal the title. Maybe something like that. Let's give that a go. If I can remember how to operate Blender. It's not that button. Where's the camera gone? it's there, which is... No, but seriously, where's the camera gone? It's over there. It's a long way away. Maybe I don't care that much. Maybe it is fine this way. I mean, I'm going to want to do more than have asteroids fly past anyway, but that's later on. Maybe the camera turns away because an asteroid hits it. That'd be fun. The Kodak wouldn't cope terribly well with a full-screen asteroid. Maybe that's not the best idea. That's not the right button either. That is the button I wanted. No, that one. There we go. Where's the other column? There it is. Ah, curses. Been using Unreal too much. I'm using Unreal shortcuts. They're not going to help here. Okay. Shove that over there. Strange all over there, so we need to be more rotated around that way, I think. Right, and then move that. Is that gonna work? I don't know. Of course, the light is coming from over there at the moment, so that's not going to light them up terribly well. Where is the light? Oh, of course, because there's a sun with this, I remember. I think. There it is. Inside a Bezier cycle, okay. Save this as something else. Oh, no, not you. I meant the camera. Camera? I don't think this is going to work. Is it going to be tiny? No, I think the drama works better in the original, so let's go back to that. Which is now gone weird, that's helpful. Hello there, Johnny. Welcome in. What's the coding language? C or C++ or even Turbo Pascal? It is mostly C with some tiny little sprinklings of C++. Not a lot. There's a single class and one template function. Otherwise, it's just C. Okay, I think I've decided what I want. I want this camera to be much more in the path of the asteroids, which it isn't currently. So more like there. And then rotate that around. Hello there, cat peasant. Welcome in. Your door FMV. The FMV is much higher quality than that now. I think if I remade that video in my new codec, I think the colour of Dora's nose would even be right. Wouldn't it? Because you don't have an orange nose in real life, do you, pet? No, no you don't. She's being very cute behind me because it's nearly dinner time. By which I mean it's an hour until dinner time. What does that look like? It looks kind of terrible. Let's hide this again. Do I have the blend files in source control? That's the question. I do not. Yikes. Good job I checked. Save as intro 2. Intro 2. There it is. Play over that one. Thank you. I knew you were going to do that, you bugger. Put my camera back. There we go. Right. Save that as a keyframe then, just so you stop touching it. You touched it again. What? Why did you just reset the position of that camera? I do not understand. Is that the rotation of the camera? It's the rotation. In which case, we'll set that like that. Okay, that's a bit more sensible. Right then, so where are those asteroids going to go? They are not going to move. Excuse me? Why are you not moving now? Oh, I think you are moving. You're just moving very slowly. Get off that camera. Okay. Because my camera is rotating too fast. In fact, really, I should just get rid of all the keyframes because the camera animation is going to be quite different. Shoof. Right, so we're going to want to be kind of below that. So we're going to want to tilt up and move down. Rotate on. Nope. Nope. That's the one. Maybe thereabouts. Shoop. A bit high. I need to move the light. Key Z. Down we go, down we go, down we go. Still too wrong. How about that? Wow, still too high. Well, where do we have to go? All the way down here. What does that look like? Looks like an asteroid in the face, which is pretty much what I wanted. I guess slightly further down and maybe slightly to the right. Yeah, they don't feel like they're going to hit us now. That's not what I want. Back up again, back up again. Can we fit through that little space there? Although the asteroid should be rotating anyway, so that space isn't really going to exist. Yeah, that works. That looks like a near miss. Especially well when I actually turn the lights on. Wrong way. No. Whoosh. Okay. Except okay, yeah, I can see how this is going to work, I think. So I'm going to go way over the top. And then about this point, we are going to start rotating. Quite quickly, I would imagine. Maybe even quicker than that. Let's find out. Okay, so from here, rotate on the Z. We're quite low in the plane now. What does that look like? Dramatic swing round, and then the asteroids are carrying on. And then about there, we get whacked by another asteroid we didn't notice. Oh, give that a save. Give me another asteroid. Not with that key press, apparently. Okay, I guess duplicate doesn't work. That's what I wanted. Right. I'm going to go back to top view. I can't see where the camera's gone. It's there. Bottom asteroid. You can't. The camera's vanished again. It's that one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th one up. Yeah, except I don't know where that is. Cool, cool. Camera. There. Not dinner time yet, squeaky cat. 55 minutes. I always tell her exactly how long dinner is going to be. In the off chance that maybe at some point she develops the ability to understand time. She has not so far. I live in hope. Right, suppose we really ought to move this out, like by the same amount. How can you have... It doesn't have any keyframes. How can you... Oh, because they're copied from the other one. Fine. Get rid of everything. Flame. You over twice the distance, something like that. Start there. And the animation should be just past wherever the camera's gone, which is, oh, that is a long way. Yeah, okay, that's too far. They start there with the camera there. So this guy should be about there then, really. Actually, maybe that's why the camera does the first turn. Maybe it is actually hit by the asteroid the first time as well. Because that works. Then it's like a, you know, in orbit security drone camera thing, and it just gets whacked by one asteroid that turns it round, revealing that the asteroids are heading towards the Earth, and then it gets smacked by another asteroid, which then shows the Space Cats title. That works. That works, I think. Right. Let's update this. So by the time they get to Earth, we should be that far behind them. So about there and about there-ish. Doesn't matter too much, I don't think, as long as we've gone past the camera, which is there. So I think that's probably a winner. Let's find out. Is there no key? Oh, because it doesn't move yet. Smack, except we sort of clearly didn't get hit by that. Yeah, and then we can see there is another one behind. So we should start rotating probably about there, or maybe there. And we should probably be a bit closer as well. GXX. Yeah. To be fair, I'm trying to line it up with asteroids that should be tumbling, but I haven't made them do that yet. That's fine. Smack. And then we'll maybe for a frame or two see the other one behind, which is kind of fun. You need to be more... You need to be more obviously coming towards the camera. I'm going to do that. I'm going to have to move this final frame over, except I don't know where it is. Again, though, it doesn't really matter whether it's even travelling in a straight line, so maybe we just cheat. And at this point, just move it over there. And keyframe that. Okay, that is clearly moving wrong. If I was any good with Blender, I would know how to do this, but, you know, I'm making it up as I go along. Not the camera, I mean you. Where's the camera gone? There. So on that axis it's perfectly aligned, but on this axis it is presumably not. Actually, that looks alright as well, so it is just on the top. Straight line that, it is a bit far to the right, okay. More over there. Looks about right now. What does it look like here? Bang. Yeah, that's turning too late, but that's fine. I can fix that about there. Yep. Smack. Ah, the other one's just reached us. It's a bit too quick. You'll have to go a bit slower, mate. So, a few more frames. I don't know, maybe about there. Bash. I'm going to have to have a proper bounce on that, but we'll do that later. And that guy's still there really quick. 60. Probably shouldn't be visible until like 75. Smack. Smack. Except you can't really see it. I guess we'd have to move the light round. What does that look like there? That still looks alright. Finish. And then it gives us another whack. To like there or so, which would be on the Z and maybe on the X as well. Gross. There? What does that look like? Yeah, that doesn't look right. It's totally wrong. But maybe more rotation around that way. That looks rubbish, but it works for a block out. So then we get to that point, Space Cat style. All right. Is the music finished? Oh. Well, YouTube went funny on me. Please reopen this video. I would like to. There does not appear to be an option to do that. Get on with it. Oh, there we go. Right. Okay. Feel compelled to keyframe that rotation as well, just for later. Okay, let's just see what that looks like. I have to output intro a rig. Where's this now? Okay. Fine. Pings, no alpha. 15 frames a second, 320 by 200. That's a winner. Off you go. I say off you go. Oh, there we are. Rendering slowly. Very slowly. Wow. That's so slow. Wouldn't be surprised if either the Earth or asteroid models are obscenely detailed. It is 2 million triangles. Definitely doesn't need to be that, but whatever. Bash. Second bash incoming. There we go. Right. So, how does my encoder work again? Okay. It's right here. So I need a palette for it. Scaredy cat. It's a good amount, that. Right. Okay. The terminal has gone out of date now. I swear OBS just goes to sleep after I've been streaming for a while. It's this terminal. Thank you. Right, what am I doing? Sum up. Right, I need to create a palette for a start. Is your cat male or female? Dora is female and she is staring at me right now. Yes, slow blinks, darling, I know. I love you too, but it's still not dinner time. Hang on. There she is. Well, and also, to be fair, there's a big pixelated version of her on the stream, but that's not the point. Right, I need to make a palette, which will involve GIMP. GIMP. Just asking, since our cat looked just like her, but he was a boy. Yeah, fair enough. Meow to you too. I don't have GIMP on the stream, I don't think. Okay, I'll have to do this off stream. Where are the images? Where did Blender output them? I just read it a second ago. Images intro a rig. Oh, to be fair, I've missed out a whole section of this, haven't I? I haven't actually joined it on. The whole point of this was to join it on to the other animation, which I haven't done. I've just modified the first one. So, we need to do that, and then we need to, I call it title. Yes, there it is. We then need to somehow, neatly as possible, bring that movement in as well. So I guess we can append it, but it'll almost certainly be in the, well, it'll definitely be in the wrong place. All fine, all fine. It's all fine. Back to intro 2, don't save. Back to that view. And let's try appending. Back the title. Where's it gone? There it is. I would like. What would I like? These objects, I think. Did that work? Well, it appended something. Quite dark over here. Okay. Where is anything? Wow. Are we? Oh, we're inside the Earth. That's why it's so dark. Okay, fine. Asteroids are where? Asteroids are over there. You and you. By the end frame, you need to be over there somewhere. I've lost the camera again. There it is. So that's where the camera ends up pointing. Smack. Look through the camera. There is that. Okay, it's not too far away. I'm going to have to make sure I get these the right relative size. That's going to be fun. And lit properly. Josh, you, it's not dinner time yet. Another half an hour. Meow, meow. It's not dinner time. You must be a patient pussycat. Something that doesn't exist. Lighting. Which way around is this? Is that not It does appear to be aligned that way. I guess it's slightly tilted compared to the camera, so we can fix that. Probably something like that. There's no animation on that. Good. Smack. Oh. Yeah, little early. Okay, so we want them invisible up until about there. Frame 70 will do. You. Data. Visibility. You are not visible in the render or viewport until probably about there. Actually, I've done it in the wrong place anyway, haven't I? Should be invisible from the beginning. Not visible there. Bang. And then 70, you suddenly become visible again. That doesn't seem to be keyframing. Is it? Oh no, it is. Okay, fine. Same for the other one. You not visible until frame 70. Oh yeah. Smack. Gasp. Smack. Space cats. Alright then. I don't really like how that text looks at the moment, but it'll probably do, at least for a test. Let's see. Means I've got to export it again. Oh well. Home. You can't really see that asteroid hit you now that I've moved that light round. Yes, might just have to cheat with the lighting here. Fine. Again, deal with that later. Right. GIMP and the first frame. Well, actually, the last frame. Actually, this is going to be quite a difficult one for the codec to deal with because there's not a single frame that represents the entire color space because we don't have a grey asteroid in front of the purple text. We only ever have one or the other. That's going to be fiddly. can. I don't know if I can make. Dora, shush, it isn't dinner time yet. Shh. It's not dinner time. You good girl. Okay. Can I get GIMP to reduce 2 images to the same palette at the same time? I don't think I can. Yeah, generate optimum palette, but only for this image. Unless... Could we do something silly? Yes, we could just fake it. We could just cut and paste some asteroids into that final frame and go, can you make me a palette for that, please? Indexed. I know none of this is on the stream at the moment, but I'll be back on in a minute. 250, fine. Wow. Well, that seemed to work. Alright, so can I then just export that as... I'm just going to put it here. Intro palettes. No, that could have been a PCX file. What am I doing? Intro palette PCX. Okay. And then we can close all of these. That's the wrong button. And then reduce you to silly me. Palette. Reduce you to intro palettes. Palette. Where is it? There it is. Right. I'm going to have to fix those palette entries later, but I'll do that later on. Export that as intro final frame PCX. Okay. To here. What do we want to do? It's not in images palette PCX, it's now intro palette PCX, I think. Yes. It's not images, it's images / intro array. Output can be frames, but I don't know. That's an old name anyway, let's just call it. That's fine, that's what we're using in the packet. Debug mode and be verbose. Okay. Let me clear out these images. It's a lot of data. Okay. God, that video's 700k. Ton. Okay, we will need the first frame also. Open it up. Index that. Export that as okay, and then back to the code. In fact, actually, back to the path list, which shouldn't need changing. Those should just overwrite the files that were there. Where even is the backlist? It's up here somewhere. There it is. Run find frame. You've got both of those not in those locations though. Let me copy those files. You and you need to go into art res video. Okay, you can overwrite those. 20 minutes. 20 minutes, shouty pussycat. It's not dinner time yet. You're a good girl. Meow to you too. And I need a final frame as well. Where did I put that? Oh, it's there. Okay. Let's delete that one. And then copy that one there and rename it to final frame. Okie dokie. So, go back here again. Repackage that, which apparently worked. Go to there now, I think. No, everything else should be the same. So I think the final palette entries all being black means the menu text will probably all be black. But otherwise, I think that should be fine. Let's give it a run. Oh, which means I'll actually best off running it in 86 books. Reject. Begin again. Update. Update the resources. Not really what. Oh, hang on. I haven't hard coded the number of frames, have I? I don't think so. Oh, we got dodgy data again. That means it's exporting zeros again. Oh, no, I remember what I need to do. I have to fix the palette up first, otherwise it does that. Right. Hey, Sprite. Open up the... Gosh, all of them. It's just pose, isn't it? Okay, you open up there. All right, get a Sprite on the stream. Plonk. There's my hacked together all the colors version, and these palette entries need setting to something other than black. So I think I'm just going to set them all red for now, which means the menu is going to be hideous, but it will stop the encoder trying to use these values for the space. Okay, save that out again. Back to DoraVision, which incidentally I did not name the codec DoraVision. That was a friend of mine who is a fool, who I often ask for names for things, and in recent years he has decided that he will name everything after Dora. So the video codec in this game is called DoraVision. Fun fact. Okay, copy those files again. And then repackage that. Stop moaning, pussycat. It's not dinner time yet. CD out. CD back in again. Resources. I didn't need to update the exe. Feed me, human. Yes, all day long. All day long. Bless her. She is what the vet describes as food motivated. So when I first got her from the shelter, she was pretty enormous, and I had to spend a year getting her weight down to a safe amount. And they assured me at the shelter that the fosterer had already got half the weight off. She was described as having been dumped outside the shelter in the biggest cat carrier that you can buy and filling the cat carrier. So I dread to think what she was like. She was literally, you know, if you have an overweight cat and you take it to the vet, then they will show you like a chart of like, you know, how overweight your cat is. She's literally, or she was literally off the chart. She was unbelievably huge. So, yeah, not really sure how that set of circumstances came about. That she was enormously overfed and then nonetheless dumped in the middle of the night outside a shelter. So, strange series of events. But, you know, they ended up bringing it to me, so that's good. Isn't it? Yes, shouty cat. Yes, you. So shouty. Right. What am I in the middle of doing? I was updating the resources. I'm going to run it again. So with a bit of luck, those black pixels are a bit odd. That's done the same thing again. That is strange. Because that's going to be for the same reason. It's going to be dodgy data, and it'll have dodgy data in it because it's trying to use one of the palette entries that it's not meant to use. I don't know why it's done that. I must have missed a file somewhere. What did we run here? Intro palette PCX, images intro orig. Which are the source files? The intro palette should be this one. Let's check. What do you make of this GIMP? You say it's got lots of red at the end, which is correct. Well, now I am confused. What's in the debug output? Anything useful? I do not. Yeah, each of those frames has the right palette entries at the end. Is this a new bug? I mean, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if a codec that I knocked up in 5 minutes had bugs in it, but I thought I'd identified the major one and worked around it. Evidently not. Odd. Oh Lord, he coming. Quite so. I don't know what's on the stream. Not a lot. I don't know why it's doing that. What we can do is we can look at the data that it's pulling out and see where it's going wrong. Although the error that it's putting out into the log is exactly the issue that I came across before, so the palette thing should have fixed it. So it doesn't matter what's in either of those PCX files. All that matters is what's in the frames.run, which... hang on a minute. No, I think I did update that. I'm pretty sure I did. Let's check. I had an error there, didn't I? Didn't eject my CD. Put it back in again. With do that again. Nope. Definitely dodgy data. Must be some other way that this encoder can produce dodgy data, other than just those palette entries being wrong. We needed to not use entry 255 or anything. So for now, the PCX file needs to have its last palette entry deliberately set to something unusable before running this script, which it just did. I feel like I'm forgetting something obvious here. All right. I will be right back after I have fed Dora. Back again. Right. That's Dora. Fed and not screaming for at least a little bit. Now, let's see. When we're outputting this stuff. Right, this pixel. What if this pixel is 255? That would be an appropriate place to check, wouldn't it? Actually, we're printing this out anyway. Or at least we're printing out writing pixel. What's the nice way to just exit in Python? I can never remember. It's abort or something. Sys abort, I think, maybe? Sys exit. Have I not sys imported? I have not. Right. Sus. Sys. Let's check that comment. Yeah. Okay. No, not that one. There we go. Sys exit to one. Press a value for that. I assume I do. Off we go. That doesn't think it's writing any 255s. Okay. What about... What did this thing claim it was reading? It was reading... Oh! I just didn't read the error properly. Okay. Wow. I didn't need to do any of this. Okay. What that was in fact telling me was that there's nothing wrong with the daisy. It's just that that value is too small. So, twice that much, mate. Twice that much. If I read my own error messages, this would help. The terminal's out of date again. Terminal... That one, I think. That one? That one. Is that still alive? Yes, okay. And back to you. Swap the CD. We will need a new Alexa this time, but we won't need any new data. And it's not even going to start, so that's cool. Oh, do I actually need to allocate that memory? Whoops, sorry, silly me. Oh dear. Plus 8192, probably multiple times. No, it can't be. Is it? I don't know how my own code works. Yes, 4 of those. Okay, so plus 4 times 8192, which I could actually work out because that's 32768, isn't it? 7536 plus 32768 is that much. That'll fit within the larger pools. That's fine. Rebuild again. Now you see, if I was using one of those cool modern languages like Zig, I could probably statically check that. Whether I've got enough memory assigned. But I'm not, so I can't. That still looks a little bit strange, but okay. That is ropey as fuck, is how I would describe that, but it is only meant to be a block out. Like, yeah, the fact you can't even see that second asteroid is not helpful. I will also... Are we in the menu now? I genuinely can't tell. Yes, we were. Okay. That's funny. That means the menu... Oh no, I didn't update those images. Okay, that's fine. I want to go back to Blender and just quickly fiddle with that lighting again. Blender, there it is. Back here again. Yeah, you see that it's literally black. You can't see that at all. So we need the lighting to be rotated a little bit. That way. Yeah, the more I do that, maybe that'll be alright in the text. I mean, now the Earth's kind of flatly lit, which is a bit dull, but it's maybe fine. Yeah, that is a bit bright now. We can fix that in the material, to be fair. What does the rest of it look like? Oh, they're going to be completely dark from this side, aren't they? Wonderful. Okay, go back here again. Let's rotate a bit more, maybe, or a bit less. It's probably too bright. What about there? What does that look like? They look all right. Mostly. Smack. Smack. Into that. All right. Export that again. Right. Then we need to... No, the palette should be fine as it is. We can just run the codec again. Although... Yeah, all right. Let's fix up those palette entries at the end. Not that one. Not that one. I don't actually know what colours I want here yet. But they can't all be the same, is the most important bit. So I think that's highlighted. That's not highlighted, so you can just be a darker red for now. I don't really care. And then that is the shadow, so you can be a very dark red. And then those three are the highlight on top of the selected red. Guess we can just make that a slightly brighter / pinker. Something like that. And I think that gets ignored. Save that again, back to there. Switch that. Run that again. Oh, it's out of date. I don't know why the terminal keeps going out of date, according to OBS. Oh, because it changes, I forget, every time I change tab, it changes the name of the window. That's why. And I need to copy some files. You two over there. Yes, please replace those files. And then yeah, in Fine Frame is going to need that same palette. Can I do that in A-Sprite? I assume I can. How do I copy those entries? Can I just do that and say Control Z? Oh, apparently I can. And then, hey, look at that. Amazing. Right, back to here again. That's done. That's now gone out of date because I've changed tab. Repack, copy that over. Don't need to rebuild anything. Come back to here again. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Oh, yes. So this should at least give us a menu at the end. With a bit of look. It's they're still a bit flickery. And wow, there was a whole bunch of things that were weird about that. Also, I've got the shadow and unselected colours the wrong way around, but that's fine. Oh, watch that again, because that just looked strange. I think that highlight star there, as soon as we start rotating, it moves with the camera. That's really bizarre. Well, another thing to fix another day. Right. Who's here? A bunch of people. We could probably do a raid then. Who are we going to raid? Let's find somebody to raid. Stop. Who's doing dev things? Dev things. Dev things. What is this person doing? Not looked, I don't think. Okay. That looks fun. What's that? Oh, it's an advert. Cool. Thanks for the advert. Get on with it. Right. Oh, you're welcome, Bean. I'm still looking for somebody to raid. I'm trying to find somebody at least sort of vaguely related. Do, 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 do. I don't know, that one will do. Oh, hang on. Oh no, it's in Portuguese. Never mind. Oh no, they're not. It's just got a Portuguese tag. Alright. We will raid. Oh, they've been on for 3 hours. They don't seem like they're about to stop. Alright. Let's go over here. I think I've spelled that right. I've spelled that right. You're welcome, Jabu. Yeah, so what day even is it? It's Friday. So I'll be back on again on Sunday. I don't know what I'm going to do on Sunday. Ostensibly, I'm going to do the Feeble Files, but I just don't think I can stomach it. But yeah, I don't know. If I don't do that, then it'll be thingy Eastshade again, because I'm still playing through that. Otherwise, I will do another dev stream next Wednesday. And Eastshade either side of that on Tuesday and Thursday. Yeah, so thank you for joining me today. And let's go and raid Sorcery Story.